Namaskar, good morning, good day, Sasraka, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Wanakkam, Namaskaram, and whatever else in language, Maraba. This is Senior Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India. To all my friends, addressing all my friends around world globe, and this day is August 6, 2020, Thursday, and talk regarding usual subjects, as subjects we used to talk every day, that is management, engineering management, profession of engineering, contracts, and soil, etc., etc. As does it suit, as does it suit. Fellow of Institution of Engineers, fellow of Institution of Engineers, Chartered Engineering Bharat, and International Professional Engineering Bharat. This certificate for reference purpose only. Dear friends, back to you with same can say per routine of making talk with people regarding issues in life. First issue in life, because if life is there, issues are there. And if no life, no issues. This is very much true for everybody. I certainly start early morning because there is a reason for that. Maybe I know you are all sleeping generally in country Bharat, India and neighboring countries. It's too early morning and I every day do that. I know nobody would join at this time, no problem. Question is leaving information for everyone. Joining is your discretion. You can join whatever time you feel it's okay. I do not mind that because my talks are descriptive and long. I don't want to make points as far as dissemination of information is concerned. If I just leave points and there is no meaning, people cannot understand. I have observed this in my life. You just leave points to someone and everybody cannot understand what does mean until one is explained about what does that point mean. That's reason point is, yes, you can explain point to those who are in same field or who are of same intelligence or equal intelligence as you are. Everybody is intelligent, everybody is, of course, there is no say in the why should I say intelligence, because everybody got some degree of intelligence. Somebody is lower intelligent, somebody is higher intelligent. It depends upon use of mind, and use of mind is certainly very important in life, because this is mind only that gives you everything in life. Otherwise, you can't get everything. You can't get anything in life if your mind doesn't accept you that. And it was it's difficult now in this Facebook. They have given very small window. Really, it is not. It's not. I can't. I'm not finding comfort in this. What to do? No other way. They changed every architecture of Facebook, and I am finding it really difficult to handle this situation. Previously, well, what to do? This is their platform. They have a right to change. I can't find it. It's difficult sometimes. I see that. What I'm showing, Well, this is regarding this subject I'm talking about. And this subject, every day I show you, I just remind you that life is easy as well as modern, and life is that. As usual, I'll show you now my file of file, computer file, just for more clarification what we talk, and it is hello. I'll show, I mean to say, what's that? Yeah, it's all these subjects which we may talk, we may include, where I'm saying, I myself, I'm saying we because you are, I understand you are included. And that's why I'm saying we, not myself alone. This is COVID means maybe may not be depends. Then we can say COVID, and we can say then we can say, come on, then engineering, management, and its organization, and all this thinking, and you know general specifications, total quality systems, and structure quality, engineering, soil engineering, FIDIC, etc., etc. That's what we may like to discuss. Very small, you know, it's really very inconvenience for me now. To, I don't know why they reduce this so small size on Facebook. There's some people are impractical there. I'm sure. Well, no problem. Let's manage what it is. Okay. Now, also in games, see the same video is going on YouTube, but I'm not finding many subscribers there for my publication of podcast. What to do? This is very serious talk. Very serious. You can say one-ended, one side. You can one side information. There's no interaction because system is like that. It's free broadcast without charge. So they don't allow all facilities. Well, no problem. When I talk of engineering, I talk to my colleagues, my friends, and all public students of engineering and all other students in whatever academic disciplines they are. All are included in this talk. There's no restriction to anyone. This is for public, and this is, yes, it is engineering based, but it's not exclusively engineering based. It is based on life because engineering relates to your life. If your life is not there, engineering is not simple. Engineering relates to you, otherwise, engineering does not exist. Now, world is running off COVID, there is nothing much left to be, it's explained in that. Very much has gone, happened, and, Bharat, India has crossed around 19.5, 19 and a half lakhs probably today it would be. Yesterday it was 19 lakhs or 1.9 million, and whole world is around 18 million or little more. So we are 10% in that, you can say, in those cases, in those infections. It's a question worry, it's a question of concern. And what's happening all over countries, and everything is out of control. And I also got this information yesterday, probability from WHO team that was sent, two-member team that was sent to China for purpose of a further investigation, to establish, we can say, some basis of what new team or next team would work in China with this. So they have straight away condemned that this virus is related to laboratory in China, Wuhan laboratory. Now, Virology Institute of Wuhan has nothing to do with this virus. This is what is their contention. But they have not done anything confirmed, but it is stated, it's reported that this virus may come through some animal to human body. Well, that's a future issue now. This is what we have worked out, and I understand that because virus cannot be produced by human. This is very much fact. People talk politically, that is their friend, but if scientifically, I'm not the doctor or scientist of this, but what I understand from scientists, from related people, that this virus cannot be produced by human. This is produced by nature through some medium of animal or whatever. So it's different. We cannot blame others just for having no concrete evidence. And run countries are running very a high detrimental level, all countries, and it's spreading like whatever you can say to dangerous state. And if it continues, we people of Bharat, India, shall face, you know, multi-millions, can say crores, crore, 1 crore equal, 1 crore equals 10 million, just for information for non-Indians, non-Bharatis. We say it may reach crores soon, and if it moves at the speed of say 15 to 20 lakhs or 2 million, if you have 1.5 to 2 million per month, we shall find soon that we may cross 10 million in a couple of months. So this is a point of worry. And also WHO states that our country, Bharat, India, has failed in faster testing, rapid testing. We are not testing at required speed, so we are inefficient in that. It's our fault, not world fault. We did not care for people, and I should blame this on government and also on people. I am finding people are very careless. They do not take care of. They do not resort to precautionary measures. And also, it's very sad that not only in our country, but also in other countries and on various flights somewhere else. There was a dispute in flight and I think going somewhere else in this flight, the two British involved in that flight. They don't want to use VF and people are checked with that and they'll dispute the scuffle. Well, this happens. Also, as you know, in France, one driver was killed, bus driver was beaten up for this because that driver asked or expected or instructed those people who wanted to board bus without using masks, and that person refused. And they have mishandled and you can say scuffle. And that person, after 2 days remaining in the hospital, lost his life. I watched interview of a widow, and really it is very very bad. We see such reactions and such acts and misacts from people around the world. It may be any other part of world. I cannot say my part world is we used to think before that we are not well civilized. But I'm discovering the whole world is not civilized, particularly those who are expected to be highly civilized like USA and I guess sorry, Europe, East and West both. Those people have also exhibited same character. I think below that, but we are. There's no seriousness in public. There is, and I forget leadership. I'm not talking of leadership. Today, I find no leader exists in the world. They are only vote hungry people. They are only seat saviors. These leaders in the world, it may be USA or England, or it may be Bharat, India, or it may be some other country. All are seat hungry. They just want to stay in power, even at cost of deaths of people, at cost of struggle of people. Our country has done nothing so far it was expected to do. England did nothing as it was expected to do. USA did nothing as it was expected to do, except that USA conducted successfully tests. Gulf did a lot. I appreciate that. Gulf GCC, so-called six countries did a lot. So they also left somewhere, but they consider humans everybody. They are testing, they are doing even then as a sprint, they are the smallest country like you can say Kuwait or UAE. You can say cases amounting 70,000, 80,000, and even Oman is very small country and cases are rising there. I'm not going to extend this talk on COVID here much more, but what I say, I observe that life has been told by Corona, improve yourself or I shall improve you. In fact, now I consider Corona is a big power. It's not a disease or it's not a virus. I think it's a world changer, not social changer. It's come here to beat everybody, to come to right stand, or no, I can take action. And I am worried really for those who have lost their lives. They should stay in peace. They should rest in peace. And also those who are so-called recovered. I don't say they are recovered. I object to this because there is no recovery from corona. We do not know basics and origin of corona. We don't know how it works in our body, acts in our body. So cash saying recovery is a misnomer, is miscom. Okay, for your happiness you can say recovery is. I am saying there is no recovery from corona. Actually, again I say those who left this world, they have left for good. Though after having got this disease, if they are living, surviving, future is not good for them as far as health is concerned. That's my concern. I'm not scaring them. It's a fact that once something is in your body, some foreign detrimental material is in your body, this foreign is a foreign detrimental material in body. This can cause problem anytime, in whatever time in future. So they have to take precautionary measure to keep themselves highly immune, or else you know what happens. They can suffer in any part of body, in whatever part of body they can suffer. Corona is living in their body. It can attack anytime, and when you find that your body's temperature or body's condition suits corona. Every day you see rain here and flood here and this here. It's happening now. It's monsoon rain season, and this is very dangerous and it's supported to corona because now where I'm sitting, humidity is about 90%. Around you can say 90% humidity well suits corona to thrive. Similarly, temperature means it's not much now, 28 or 29, but this temperature is also suitable for this virus. So we have to consider everything. We have to keep some ourselves hot always. Though I know it's difficult to keep hot, everybody cannot tolerate it. But if you take medicine, you take injection, or you take bitter tablets, or so you take that one. You have to take hot water yourself. You have to take it as medicine. Don't think that you are taking for comfort of your tongue, taste or something. I say just only way is don't depend upon governments. Governments, as far as COVID is concerned, not for you. They talk imaginary. It shall go automatically. Nothing happens in this world. You have to fight with that, but you are not fighting. You are running away. People should take their care. They are not interested in taking their care. They take it jokingly. I talk to many. They say, "Oh, nothing has happened. Whoever has to die has to die. Whoever has to live has to live." This the lowest tendency to have faith in such unknown future. God has given you mind. God has given you energy. God has given you everything to establish your status. To work for God means you have to take your care, your safety, your health, your environment. You are responsible for that. If you walk on road and want to fall, if your head strike your head with ball. What can God do in that? That's why I say madness from people should go. Madness exists everywhere. This madness exists everywhere around the world. People are mad, particularly youth community. Youth, both genders, they are behaving as if actually problem is we have not seen struggles in our lives, and if some small problem comes, we can't digest that. So it's happening. I will not speak much about COVID because it's not relevant now. Every day it's now routine that you have so many casualties or you have so many infections or recoveries. It's all same repetitive news, but it is true that it's moving very fast now. COVID is working very fast and it shall harm all because till now there have been so many cases, more than 700,000 people have lost their lives, and yet we do not know what actually it is. I think access education is also sometimes no use because you have education but you have not used that, so you can say this is no education in that case. You have education, and if you use that's called professional work, professional use. Otherwise, education is education only for the memory, only for understanding. So despite having thousands of scientists in world, we have not until now discovered this unknown. Who is this? We could not identify what is its source, who is this, and Well, you may not know it, and now even WHO says that maybe we do not know anything in future, even though we have a vaccine, but that vaccine is not silver bullet according to USO. So we should also understand this point that there is no solution. I don't find people don't find any solution in their future. So you can say Corona is like it is just like we are living with air and water. We have to live with Corona. For that, we have to be ready. Nothing now to say that life has changed. Everybody knows that life has changed. So coming back to my own profession, that is engineering, and I relate engineering to life sciences, to life practicalities. Engineering is that, just like medical relates to practicality of health, practicality of happiness. Same way, engineering relates to survival of life, economy, and economy is related to engineering. If you accept this point, it's fine. If you don't accept, you are in, you can say, darkness, because engineering relates to economy. If there is no economy, there is no engineering. If there is no engineering, there is no economy. Because engineering is not confined to those disciplines which we think are. Those are our defined disciplines. Otherwise, the whole life is engineering. Sky is engineering, and all its solar system is engineering. I always say that, and also I say that it's now no use to waste time. It's useful. It's useful for everyone to use mind, because I respect mind more than something else. It's not because it's mind. Everybody has mind. Mind actually is origin of humanity. Should I say mind is original? Yes, mind is original. Mind starts yourself. Mind starts your work. Mind starts your life. Mind tells you what you have to do, what you have not to do. Mind is your control. Mind is everybody's control. Those who understand mind, they always feel happy. They don't do what the skin says, what impression says, but happiness from within that comes because of your mental state. If you are mentally very good, you are strong, you are energetic, irrespective of your age, you shall work to that level. You should. When I say engineering, and again I say engineering is some engineering means solid, is very frank, means you think and do. That's what my answer is. Think and do. And if you think and don't do, then it is not engineering. It is just your waste of time. And if you think and do, I think you create something, and that something goes on sequence, goes on serial number of your actions. So there are so many branches in engineering. All branches have their own merits and demerits, but one branch is very very common, and that's very old, and not from now. It has been, for times immemorial, like we can say, when this universe was created. This universe, or universes were created to human knowledge. And now reality is that we have to take engineering as a practical one. We have to take it a serious one. We cannot say, oh, just it's for sake of job. No, it's not for a job. Job is one part, but it's sake of your development of your nation and world. When I say engineering in that way, means engineering is something which actually is not defined till now, is defined in their own way, but my way of engineering, again I say, it is something, do it and that's it. Do it. Think and do. Think and do. It's again say long travel. It is long travel. You have to travel long distances between these two airports. One airport is think, and another airport is go and deliver. I tried to find some files related to soil, and I these files I tried to put on screen share of Facebook. Yesterday I put three files related to Montmorillonite soil mineral. These files are there in video form, because I cannot directly show to you these files from my, I know during video also, it's very difficult to show you these files because I'm not using projector. And even if I use projector, you will not get any benefit because stock moves on and files move on. Till you closely read those files, and you can read those files closely when it is available somewhere. I put these files in a script or not in script somewhere else also, drive.com, drivelive.com, and these URLs are given in in my video titles. These are given. If you say my details, you will find details of text. You will find these these files, these video files that I you can say published yesterday. Three files related to month, like always something about that, and then is the analysis of that, and also then magnetic impact on that. These files are there, and I shall try to use this textbook for more such files in other disciplines, because nowadays I am very serious for material, real material of world, and that material I call soil. I consider soil as real material because this material is naturally available, and though all materials are naturally available, but this material which is extracted directly and used, means there is no can say no, just like we say we have to extract ores of for material extraction, chemical extraction. We have to then say the ores, you can take out ores, but here you do not take out ores, you excavate and take out whatever is available there, and then you think how to reuse it. Can you reuse or not? That is question of thinking, question of technology, and question of quality of soil. For me, soil is earth. Soil is not simply soil. I call earth as soil material, soil ball. You are saying this earth, this is Prithvi, this is lithosphere, this is earth, and we know that everybody of you knows why we call it. I call it soil or earth, the same thing, no difference. Because density of soil and composition varies, so it can be rock, it can be some soft hard rock, something like that. So we have to take this one into our consideration, that to an extent civil engineering is concerned, related, foundation engineering is related, and civil engineers are related, designers are related. Soil is very important material. It's material, I should say. I should not say because people don't understand. This material is very important, and this movement is such important that if this is not done well, this is not considered properly, your building may you know stop serving you anytime, whatever time in future. That was my concern. Now, as I said, management, engineering management, for me, more important after education is over is to really understand engineering, because education, what we learn in universities, that's very elementary, not elementary, I can sorry for that. That's very basics and very significant. That is, without knowing, without attending that, without having that prospective knowledge, you cannot move any further in your practical aspects of engineering. And therefore I'm giving title to my videos always field engineering, because field, it is field of engineering where you use this knowledge. This knowledge of field of engineering doesn't mean that this office work or this is field work. It does not mean that. When I say field engineering, it means complete engineering work. This is field wherever you do design field, execution field, or whatever field you think, marketing field, procurement field, or everything is department or section of field. In the easiest way of communication, I'm using field so that you should not be confused with one. Every work is field in engineering, this engineering world. I'm not boasting about engineering, but this is to be boosted that engineering is very fundamental of life, without which I think we cannot survive any time. Even we are having money or no money, without engineering we cannot do anything. For me, engineering is start to end. For me, engineering is not a, you can say, field to make money. For me, it's not at least. It's not valid for me. You can say, as an individual, I don't say I don't need money. My meaning is not that. My target is that engineering is a world in itself, big world. You know, engineering is universe itself. I link engineering to universe. This universe exists, and I don't know how many more universes exist in this. Maybe this Earth is one. I can't see that Earth solar system. All this is kind of small universe, and there may be more and more and more. I don't know how many. We can think and contemplate that, but that's not guaranteed. So I say that engineering means universe, and engineering means whatever is happening in the world, whatever exists in the world, is somewhere related to engineering, whether it is human engineering or it is engineering done by that force, that Almighty Bhagwan. You know, engineering was done in recent times of, you can say, whatever we understand. Throughout every era it was done, and these are references in Ramayana and also in Mahabharata, engineering references, like so many structures were constructed. These are all engineering structures. In those times, however these were constructed, I'm not going to faith in that. I'm just talking of logic, if it were. I'm not talking about acceptance of faith of this or some other culture in world. What was that? Somewhere engineering is involved. Engineering sciences are involved, technology is involved, or nuclear engineering is involved. They used to start, say, there was a built bridge, there's a bridge, sea bridge, which you call some Setu these days in our language. Some engineers were available, technology was available, and that's why this bridge was constructed to link Rameshwaram with Lanka. That's what it says Sri Lanka. Then we say that, and we presume that, we believe that. Forget all that, say it was built, assume it was built. This means some engineering existed that time also. Its field of engineering, though maybe it was not designated as such. It is not known as such that that was engineering, but it is. We can't say no. There was some spaceships or flights or helicopters like where these people used to move in air. We are showing imaginary that they are moving themselves, but no, there is pieces of that. At that time also sun and moon were there. At that time also everything was there. Nature was there, plants were there, everything was there. This means science was there. No claim that this is our science or your science. I'm not claiming that. I'm not justifying what I say. What I'm justifying is if it happened, then why right or not right? Uh, these people were not living in open. All people of those all eras used to live in some houses. This means there was engineering. So if you go through all history, because we know now that we excavate somewhere, archaeology works there and find some embedded cities. We say they are finding some city, many cities. Recently, we got something in Israel excavations. So it's that world is full of such professional engineering. In those days as well, throughout history, you'll find that it's nothing new that we are doing now. Yes, we are doing now in a better way, in a defined way, in, you can say, an established system. And therefore, established systems or not, we cannot answer today because I am not person who knows everything. I'm not that person. I'm a very small person who has been taught little about engineering because engineering is such vast domain where my little knowledge got no space. It's big, and and engineering is not based on softwares. I'm also saying again, Engineering is not based on software, it's based on your mind and your work. If you think that software will help, yes, it certainly would, but it is not exclusive. Engineering means what you can do yourself that is better than what machines can do. My concept of engineering is life. Life cannot move without engineering, and engineering is everywhere. Automobile engineering, aerospace engineering, agriculture engineering, and you can say electronics engineering, and whatsoever else, say mechanical, electrical, civil, architectural, whatever you do. And even those people who are not having any link to engineering, they also have certain engineering. A potter is an engineer if you see potter, kumhar. I consider that skilled person also engineer because he gets some material, mixes it to certain ratios, certain consistency, and then molds pictures and that. So I consider that also engineer. So don't think that only based on education you are engineer. So wherever you use mind, you are going to engineer something. Your mind says this, you try, this is right, this is wrong. Your mind will examine and tell you because if you don't have any back, engineering is there, and if you don't have engineering back, mind is there. Because engineering is nothing but application of mind. Engineering is application of mind, and mind means thinking. Purpose of objective of mind is to think, and think. This is objective of mind. You may take it this way. If you don't use your mind, then you are a dead person. Take it this way. That means mentally dead, not physically dead. If you stop thinking, what do you think you do? Your energy that your mind uses shall go to your other parts of body and you will be excited elsewhere. You know what I mean? That's what I say. I do not consider engineering as a profession only. Engineering is a profession, yes, it is profession for limited purpose. It's not profession for every purpose. Did when this universe was constructed, or you can say it was done, you think it was because of profession of engineering? Well, I should not say that. It was because of profession of engineering. It was because of will of God. Will of God it was, and it was will of God, and at that time God fully worked in engineer, capacity of engineers. God, I don't think someone is more stronger than God in engineering or in whatever other profession. And particularly engineering, I'm saying because I'm understanding it differently. Means you have to live in this world, every one of ourselves. We have to live in this world. And in fact, living requires some basic commodities, some basic articles, some basic requirements that you have to meet for staying at this normal life. I'm not saying high-fi life, a normal life, where you have to take food and you have to have clothes and some residence or some, you can say, is under your ownership or not, that's different point. But that requirement is met by what? And by what it is met, it is somewhere related to engineering. Engineering itself again and again many times is said in thinking profession. When I say engineering, it's a thinking, engineer is a thinker. You can say, if you want really to be engineer, then you forget term engineer and start becoming thinker. You start becoming thinker, then you will be best engineer because your thinking process shall tell you everything. You are wrong, it will tell you, or you are right, it will tell you. Your work is wrong, it will tell you. Your work is right, it shall tell you first, and then tell others. Because it stays in a person. If you don't accept or understand your mind, others cannot understand your mind. And mind is money, mind is time, mind is value, and mind means if your mind works fine smoothly, you feel happy, and if your mind is fatigued, it's not rest, it wants to sleep, then you have to sleep. You cannot work because fact says that mind can never come into depression, it can never come into suppression, it can never come into strain and stress. Mind is such powerful. Everybody has that. Everybody has that mind. God has not done any injustice towards everyone, towards all that. You have to stay with this mind and you have to work with this mind. This mind is weapon in life. This mind is weapon for what? Weapon to clear out, weapon to throw out the trash impurities in your life. Impurities come every day into our bodies or minds. We get everyday impurities and we don't feel that. We don't even realize that. But that's a fact. That impurities come in. That fact is like everything. Just like we respire, we breathe, we say, "Yep, I'm breathing." You breathe and we breathe without fail. And if you don't breathe, we shall not survive. Just like breathing is continuous. Same way, working of mind is continuous. Just like work of heart is continuous, same way mind works continuous. Every part of our body works. That's also a fact. Our body is a perfect machine and it never stops. Even if you sleep, body works. Body cannot stop. This is power of body. This is, I compare body to whole world. That body is nothing but a solid example, most reliable example of natural injuring or injuring beyond control of human being. We all boost our development, every one of us, a little educated. We all start boosting power of our education and we start boosting our development. We start doing everything. And we don't actually understand meaning of development. We think physical development is development, or we think mental development is development, or spiritual development is development. Everybody considers development according to his, but also it is true that everybody runs behind money. Everybody wants to have money using these professions or otherwise. It's true also you need money. You need money for survival. And if you are not having money means you don't have food then. So you can't survive. Sometimes you may feel that I am talking irrelevantly, although I talk relevant. There's nothing in this topic that I should talk about body or this. Yes, you are right. This body is not civil engineering, I know. You cannot, but you remember, if you want to work as civil engineer or worker or where you want to work, this body is only means for that. Education fills your mind. Education does not fill your body, it fills your mind. It, it fills information in your mind through your teachers, through professors, through books, and through other sources. They fill in mind, I say inculcation, fill I'm just simply using so that you can understand. It is inculcation of information by teachers or professors into our minds. When we are kids, and that time we feel it's difficult, very difficult. We want to have rest, we want to enjoy. Why should I study that much? I don't need to study, spending all day in study, because at that time you do not understand value of money. In that immature age, in that adolescence or near adult age, we cannot know what's value of that education we are having. It may be professional education or other education. And also empirical education. Without any having education, you have to learn. There are many people in this world, generally everywhere in the world, that they are artisans, they are skilled people, skilled persons, and in every field, every branch they are. There is no way, because sometimes you are a learner in your childhood, but your concentration does not go to books. You are constantly go to games and play and all that. And when somebody walks in your home, say your father of that kid or someone else who is a trained person, skilled person, so that son, that doctor, who is not interested in studies, but they want to learn that what father does or someone else does. And they learn that too also very easily. That you can say it's a clan-based experience of knowledge. Well, I don't say that that's not knowledge, but it depends upon how that original person who is working on that skill, to what level that person is perfect. It depends upon that. And if you learn something wrong, also no problem. You can make corrections when you join field. Anyway, same thing you say, if there is no driver in a bus or an operating machine, that machine stands idle, the bus also cannot run. If there's no one to drive a car, your car is no meaning you cannot run. It applies everywhere. This means very few persons are required to run all these machines and equipment, and life shall become different. So now I understand since I started farming. Yes, engineering has been a profession for purpose of making earnings or making both hands live. But but other than that, also there is when a student comes out of university after learning and passing certification, BA or whatever education, that person thinks I'm an engineer. Yes, everybody has a right or even a special privilege to use this title. That's your right, and no one can object that. When I was young, I was also in same age of that level, 18 to 25, within which come out of the university, pass. We think big that time. I also used to think, oh, I am graduate or I'm diploma, I'm this and that. Yes, we were, I was, you too. That age is like that because you are not known to world, world doesn't know you. So whatever you get is something special for you. And that specialty goes on diminishing after gradually, and one day you find that you don't care for that. Means it's natural. When you know you're expert in something, expert doesn't mean that means something big. It means you know maximum of that. That's what I mean. Expertise doesn't mean that you are god of that. It doesn't mean that. Expertise means you have certain relevant information. Whenever necessary, you can find that information and help yourself. Or then you have to ask someone else if you do not know that. Then that is not expertise, it's learning. If for information, some information, you go to some competent person, please tell me how I have to do this. In that case, you can say that you are not a professional or you are associate professional. You need an expert one with you who can guide you all the time. Means something is you have to think. When you say you can learn points and you have to explain them yourself, that's best learning. You can explain wrong way first of all. You can talk to yourself. What I suggest is, when if you want to express yourself, now you have facilities like videos and every you have, and you can even publish videos or you can make videos, and you can keep them to yourself as well. So the best way is that you can learn through that. Experience is also important if it can be explained, if you can interact with others. Writing is very good, but unfortunately, writing is not welcome these days. Even if you write a lot, you publish that. I don't find people read that. They don't want to read anything. And there's also question of English. Some people in India and some states that there is this questions. English, why should we are Hindi Bhashi and we are this Bhashi, that Bhashi. You are neither Hindi Bhashi nor English Bhashi. Do not consider this language to some race or to some religion. No, don't consider that. That's wrong practice. That's what I'm saying. I say always use mind. And it's not now since I started career because even I did not understand I was using my mind, you see. Such innocence existed in me. I used to think a lot, but I never realized I was thinking. I used to think really anything. It's not engineering alone. Whatever news I read in paper, I started thinking of them because I got no relation to my career or my profession. Yes, I used to have. After all, news, you have to understand. Maybe it's not relevant to you, it's not relevant to your profession, but after all, it's relevant to your country. It's relevant to your society. So it's your duty to at least know what is that. And I said, no, no, it's not my hobbies. I'm busy in this. I don't see watch TV. I don't watch this newspaper. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to run away? That's where your weakness lies in. Means you think you are so poor, you don't have time for this, just to know what's happening around you, around your nation, around your country, around your neighbors. You don't know that. You have to know that. That's also, I say, a part of social engineering. Means you cannot simply say, because I am an engineer or I'm a doctor, I keep off all this. No, you can't say that. You should not say that. If you are a doctor, after all, you are related to society. You may work wherever in world you work, you will deal with that society. Yes, at time of treatment, you are serious and you can't hurt, but for general public, for interactions, for you can say relations to make with public, you have to know public first, and you can know public only when you have coverage, you have a scope, you have access to news, and sometimes you have access, but you don't want to even read or hear the news. Hence, I don't say that you keep hearing or listening to news or watching news. That's not my content here. My content is different. Means you get information, many informations when you keep in touch with some news. It may be one news, two news, or many news publications in your home, which you use it. It's very important part. Life is full of difficulties, we know, and that difficulties we have to solve. And that solution is done by engineering only. There was a difficulty at one time when there was no roads, no streets, nothing, and people used to walk on mountains. Situation has gone. Now, infrastructure is available. We call it infrastructure. I should say facilities are available. If you want to do whatever you want to do, there are here are you can see tools you can use. There are places you can use. And those all are your engineering part. When I explain engineering, I don't know what I explain. It goes on and on. Because I don't want to confine myself to books only. I don't confine to books and quotes. Yes, those are important, books and quotes, but your code is yourself. Your code are yourself. You are your code. Other codes are temporary, and your code is yourself. Your mind can tell something is wrong if it knows. Or you say, I know, so this means your mind knows. Your mind can tell nothing if it doesn't know anything. When something is lying in your room and you do not know what is that, it's just you never thought of that was. But you identify this at that time, you can see why is lying on floor, I should keep it right place. My dear, engineering is not in football, it's not cricket. It is, it's solid and either it gives something or it takes something. You see, if you think of, we are talking of engineering, we are talking of sciences, but we have not done anything till now. Our scope of engineering or a scope of other sciences has been very limited. Whole world, for whole world it's like applies, not only ourselves. We do not know what will happen in future because we don't have that formula or that system that can tell us what's going to happen. Yes, we watch some television based jolly newspaper with jolly and think this may happen. Still we believe that which is not going to happen. That's why I say your imagination is very powerful if you want to use it. Imagination means expansion of image to higher level. Imagination, actually, to be very frank, conversion of imagination to goal or to final product. In simplest terms, I can say that this is what we call engineering. I don't want you sleep in the name of engineering. No, don't sleep. Work. Work, work, and work means think, and think. While working, if you think, you'll do better work. And while working, if you don't think, you'll miss also whatever you made. Always take time about explanation of engineering because it's not because I'm engineer, I'm advertising. I'm not doing that. Life is proportional and proportional, and engineering is proportional to collective mechanism of family relationship. Okay, gentlemen, now we move forward to soil and other materials. I I consider soil as I told before, best material, best natural material, which is good and is bad for us. If it is having demerits in some areas, it's having merits in other areas. So, but because we are confined to engineering, we will act in a way it's good for our ability. When I was talking yesterday about analysis of soil and something related information about that I did yesterday, and also I'm going to I put URLs of those files and of video titles. Those files are available. If you want, you can see them separately and place them after and name of the video. Let's now move further, and that's not into now engineering, but into our materials, our specifications, or should be. I'm taking a little water earlier today. I am now going to talk about soil, multiple, etc. because I have to finish this issue of soil engineering soon, but my chapters are still there left because of this clay soils, which are very risky. I am really considering this very seriously. Well, I have to learn also from that. I cannot say I know everything. I am like you, ordinary student of engineering. Then I have to finish further activities, further materials on this. That is soil investigation part, and then of course its major portion finish. Soil will take further studies on various other subjects and topics. But I, due to some reasons, I had to stop all this and concentrate on soil, and because I was otherwise concentrated on contracts. But I feel until ABCD is not known, until you know ABCD, how can you say I can write English or I can do that? Means foundation should be clear first. Foundation and foundation of building or structure or life or profession. Foundation exists everywhere. Foundation exists everywhere. Professional foundation, this foundation, that foundation, and you cannot do without that. Foundation of civil engineering is soil. That's foundation. There's separate foundation, but this is foundation of foundations. Means you may say this is super foundation, and it is for everyone, for every project, for every you may construct a bridge, you may construct a dam, you may construct whatever you want to construct, building or whatever you say. I am constructing this structure. Foundation is there, and without foundation, nothing. So in engineering, foundation of engineering is what? Thinking. I said think, calculate. Thinking means everything. Thinking doesn't mean only thinking, it means complete thinking. Thin yourself, thin, make very thin. And if you make very thin, your gauge number increases. If you think a lot, you make thin yourself, make more and more thin. More microns you make yourself, then you will find your higher gauge number. You will say, why I'm completing gauge? Yes. Thinner means higher gauge and thicker means lower gauge. If your application of mind is thick, then means there is no use in talking to you in that case. You'll think differently. You are a thick person. You say his skin is very thick. People say this. Oh, he's very thick person. Thick skin person is his strong. His skin is that thick. Your action won't harm that person. He's so thick person. But so is very powerful mind. Powerful means very strong mind. This person goes into details and analyze thought. If that is the state, in that case, you are thin, you're so small thickness you have. So small thickness you have. You can increase number of gauges. Although it's higher gauge, gauge means in 25, I mean in the 25 millimeter, how many members can be accommodated? That is called gauge. If in 25 mm you insert in, you accommodate 25 members, then you can say 1 mm 25 gauge. Same way, if you say only 8 members can be accommodated, it's 8 gauge. It's like that, just for your information. So when I say I was actually not very serious before about the soil and work of engineering, but because I'm finding that our people are not to that mark they should be. I don't know reason because behind that. Why we study, why do we go to college, why do we study engineering when in field we are not interested to apply that. We just don't study back. We don't study back after passing. We just are interested, forget books and enjoy life and do job, get job, or if that's the case only then actually your certificate shall not remind you, your concentration will remind you. You lose concentration on that, and concentration is, you know, there's concentration means engineering and then material of that and think of that. I have written many times about my postings, my work on many portals like Safi, like your Facebook, or like many others. But I find generally that yeah, you may see likes or you may something else. That's different. I'm not interested in that. My interest is entirely different. That if information is not seen by people, if people are not interested in seeing information even, so what you have to do, that's very important point. If information is not received by people, this means people do not need that information. But according to my understanding, that information is a must. That's the point where I say if that information which is a must and people don't use that, this means some deficiency exists in some system. Means we want a cover up engineer or we want real engineer, that we have to decide. I have met many engineers in life who were well educated and who were not well educated and from different nationalities. But one thing I find, even if they were not well educated, highly skilled or chartered engineers, they were engineers by virtue of maturity, which is called by experience. Knowledge is vast, vast knowledge, and they used to work in same capacity, same efficiency as like chartered engineers work in England and our country. Well, we don't value all this, but in England there was a time when this designation chartered engineer was highly profiled, and I met so many engineers during my career who who work as engineers, not our engineers. Say those people use knowledge. Those people use knowledge and patience, and not just concealed defects. Means not like that. We try to conceal defects. That is our what you say greatness or idiotic behavior. You decide yourself. Weakness does not mean that you are weak. It means some inefficient activity, or you can say some other point which doesn't help you is supporting you, and actually when something cannot help you and it supports you means certainly you will lose something, because that just like support gives you power, and negative support shall withdraw your power. It's like that I tell, okay, I will help you, don't worry, when required I'll help you, and when times come that person relies on me that this guy will help me, and if I don't help that person, what does it comes? Same thing is here. We do not help ourselves, and we think somebody else will help us. When we don't help ourselves, nobody will help us. Help you, This also a truth. This also a fact of life. I was talking of, I opened that file. I talking of this files of soil, these files of soil, and this one was affects Montmorillonite differential thermal curve. This is not that one. Yesterday I talked about Montmorillonite microstructural analysis, and before that I talked of something else, an introduction to Prince properties and utilization. Now this file and this analysis file, analysis thermal curve file, I have I have put these files in video form on, on Facebook. So I'm now opening this model introduction to properties, not this one, I open other one. This is now thermal curve here. This analysis and this I have to open. I know again I stress that we have to be serious about soil. I I talked about this file. Its title, as you know, was Microstructural Analysis and Magnetic Characterization of Native and Magnetically Modified Montmorillonite and Vermiculite. Chickenibility or clay. Chickenibility we call in north, I don't know what we call in south or other parts of this country. I don't know about that. But we as common, what we taught in our childhood, chickenibility means it's the gelatinous, when you touch it, sticks to your hand is wet and this cannot be handled conveniently. We know basics of that. Basics are generally we say generally means not in a specific way. We say chickenibility or clay, which means it's very dangerous in from engineering viewpoint. A dangerous one from engineering viewpoint is soil and also means difficult to be handled where load transfer, actions transfer is concerned. But same time, or you can say in other domain where you have to grow crops, this soil is good for that crop. There are many a list of soils these days. But again I say we have limited number of soils we deal with. We have now not only soils are long books, or you can say top books. Soils, just like we say clay, we know it, we know its common conduct that clay has explained to us through direct hearing. Clay is such a soil which cheats you. I should say it cheats you. Actually, it doesn't cheat. I'm just joking. It doesn't cheat you. Actually, you are ignorant of it. I'm not talking of engineers. I'm talking of all of us. They say clay and we fear. Well, common man does not fear. I would not say that. Architect does not fear. I know that. But engineer fears. Because engineers knows about this, while architect and common people do not know about it. And when you do not know something, you can take decisions about that. That's beauty of life. You know nothing about that subject, but you decide about that subject. That is called political engineering. I should say political engineering, where they can decision about anything they wish in public interest. They say, why it's never in public interest. But this is, it moves like this. They have also to survive. These politicians, they if they don't survive, they can't live. So we give them actually. They don't take themselves. And when you say because they say oh it's very strong. Yes, when there's no water in that and in the excavation, you will find that oh yes very you will dress up that area after excavation and it looks very strong because it's consolidated. But when water comes in contact with this, again swell, they swell like balls, yes, and swelling balls. When we say soil is clay, farmer happy. Farmers, why farmer is happy? Because it's good for fertilizer, it's good for crop, and it has property that supports clay and it supports fertilizing work, it supports crop work, or it is a seeding work, whatever you can say. It's same thing, just like you cannot eat daily. It's like camel. We used to property of camels. Camels stores the food for 7 days or 10 days, and it eats you later on. So you can say clay is same. It can store water in it and doesn't release that even sometimes in years together because of its property, inherited property, herited property. When you cannot move water within yourself, that is called mis misreport. And when you think you can do that before sleeping, then you have to understand what you did in daytime. Clay, according to architects, those who are not aware of this, and one architect told me also one day when I was actually I trusted that one, and that one used to raise many questions to me, and I used to answer that questions. Despite that, it happened me many number of times. But now I'm thinking I was not learning anything. When clay is involved, when clay is involved, better. When clay is a material that stores water in this. It doesn't release this. That is basic, you can say. It's of course porous. It's porous material. It has pores and pore volumes, but it has no, you can say, no program for sleeping. It's got no wishes in that direction. Capillary action of clay is very good, you can say. That's why it's good for it's good for plants, particularly it is for farming. I think this material which we are talking, Montmorillonite, this is mineral and clay, and actually it's mineral that we call clays. Clay is very good soil, in fact, means there's nothing wrong in clay, provided It's used correctly, right? It's good for farming. It's not good for engineering works. It can be used in combination with some other material if you need that. Papers are available, information available how research is ongoing. Clay means Montmorillonite means exclusive one. Very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. And its structures, atomic structures indicate that. It indicates that, which you have studied or studying in, or we know from our teachings, from colleges, or by experience we know that. But remember, nothing is pure in fate. Nothing is pure. And even if you keep some area very clear of all problems, even in that area you will not find foundations to build on reasonable ground. We say in this file, this is magnetic characterization of native. Native is local, original, domestic. In the file, it is about microstructural analysis and magnetic environment dependence. Those, that's not microstructural. We say structural, we say superstructural, substructural, then we say microstructure. What does it mean? You may say it's like nuclear physics. We are going to study atomic structure, element structure. Yes, that's true. If we don't take interest in our own structure, we cannot see ourselves. Microstructure, try to understand what does it mean. In a country, plan is available. This is my country plan, is our plan, and that plan. There are so much in infrastructure's capacity. To go into deep of each side particles, if you go to say one particle, if you find the store, and if you can store, it's fine. It should not be very tough. It's 4:30. Well, I should take care of my daily program. Well, 1 minute, please. I'll be back. I think let me see whether I'll be back in 2 minutes. Excuse me. Then we'll discuss about microstructure analysis. And meanwhile, if you don't mind, I'll go and see. And I also. So, dear friends, come back with, you know, yes, with water. To discuss it seriously about this issue. So, microstructural analysis and magnetic characterization of native and magnetically modified Montmorillonite and Vermiculite. So, this is title of this file, and we understand meaning of this title. This means microstructure. Which structure can be seen only by using microscope or more. You cannot see that with naked eyes. This applies to your soil particles, and you take soil particle clay in your finger. You can't take one particle, thousands of particles shall come to you, right? You take some soil, all your either your fingers or stick with that, you cannot find one particle. You cannot touch it even if you take some instrument or some needle and you take it out, one particle will not come. That's why we say it's very different because when it's dry, it's no use, and when it's wet, it swells, and when it's evaporated or it comes in temperature contact, it shrinks. It shrinks means it loses water contents, and when it gains water content, it swells. When it loses water contents, it shrinks. In normal circumstances, it's like with flying dust. Flying dust. We say, oh, see, this dust storm generally happens in many parts of the world where you find fast speed, fast winds like 100 kilometers and 40 kilometers, and suddenly it comes with loose dust and particles in air, and you see some particles can go even up to 1 kilometer high, half kilometer high, and they say visibility is very restricted, 50 meters visibility or 200 meters visibility. What actually that is? We say that particles certainly are clay, clay, maybe less than 0.0001 millimeter, or maybe more than that, up to 0.0002, 0.0004. Depending, this is size, it's like you may say 1 over 10,000 or 1,000 of a millimeter. That particle size is so light, so small that it doesn't settle. It takes time to settle by Stokes law. What's the law? If same thing you apply to sand, sand shall also fly depending upon what size of sand is. It's coarse sand or it's fine sand or what sort of sand it is, or dune sand probably. It may fly, but not to that level. Maybe it flies say about 1 meter, then it falls. It flies and lands, which we say erosional property. That's why it has erosional power because of its striking action on some other surface. We are talking something else here. We are not talking sand. We are talking cohesive soil. Silt is less cohesive. Clay is cohesive soil. You can say it's a kind of soil that can cement others also. May say when there was no cement product in villages all over the world, not only in our country, old houses or juggies or you can say hutments were manufactured by use of this cementing power. Clay, if it acts, it can cement also, and that is the reason that sometimes you feel very very good. Clay well cemented and picked up, it can't be packed in sense. It is not consolidated, you can say. It's well integrated together or coagulated together, augmented together, and it shows you a very firm surface when there is no water in contact. It shows very firm surface, and when water comes in its contact, its contact, it swells. So it cannot survive. This means when it comes in contact with water, this means water is having no relation to clay except that it destroys it. It destroys its strength, its cohesive power when water comes in contact with clay. It can destroy its cementing power, its intact power. It can destroy. And when this water dries away, then is further squeezed and it reduces in volume. When it increases in volume, it you can say swells, and when it reduces in volumes or decreases in volumes from non-water state, when there was no water in that, then creates polygonal cracks on surface. That is basic. We say we think about clay. Now clay we call it the soil. Yes, it's a soil. Also, every sand is also soil. It's got different kind of silicon within it, silica within it, and we also call clay have many minerals. Clay soil is many minerals in this. Minerals, natural chemicals or natural powerful such elements that can be used. But this is available in clay soil. Now we have to understand what is there in that soil. 90% or more volume of that soil is full of minerals. Minerals of different categories, different groups. That we have to understand. We know that for that purpose, for the reference, for referral purpose, I got this file just to understand something because I don't know books as such. Just to understand, I'm not saying we shall become perfect on this because we can understand something from catalogs or from literatures or research is done by others. Because whatever books we research, we take from books. The books don't give everything, so we have to understand this point. We have to take into our consideration that is, we have to know structure within a structure, microstructure which can't be visual, we can't see it by eye, except group of particles. We can't get any information from that until we use microscope just to say electronic arrangement, atomic arrangement of those minerals. Minerals itself tell that this comes from within soil. Minerals means that this mineral actually is important constituent of soil, clay soil. We have to analyze everything in engineering. So we have to analyze this soil also because without analysis we cannot understand science. We cannot understand engineering. That's also basis. So we have to be in field, but with we should be with clear conception, not with forced one. Can I understand my mind using some X-ray or some other method? And can I understand fully even using X-ray? Well, I think my answer should be no. I answer should be no, because we have a brain that is, of course, a structured one. It has certain structures, but that structure does not operate it. It's operated by some other power. Our body is operated by some external power or integrated power which we do not know. Which we do not know. But should we know? That is another question. Should we know or can we know? That's another point. If we can know, why don't we know? If we can know, why don't we know? In fact, we cannot know. We cannot know that. That's also a fact. I'm not going to talk of brain, I'm just giving an example. My brain is not in my control, as I said before, and your brain is also not in control. You may say I control it, may say or control it are different voices. Clay soil is very useful, but it should be understood where it is to be used and where it cannot be used. You have no control on stratification of earth. You have no control on the strata what's below. There may be sand at first level when you go below. There may be silty layer. It will be limestone. Then it will be some definitely clay or some other material, because it is natural, now natural, and this we can say when we say that we are going to study its atomic structure, it's something very minute, because it depends on your continuous concentration. It's continuous concentration that you have to observe what you are going to see in. One has to immerse its mind, its thoughts in that process of micro inspection. That is what is appreciable, that some people do that. Some people do that. It's very interesting. It now says this paper which I am discussing with you, it is, I already discussed this part of this, but just refreshing. This is from not myself, it's from somewhere else. I just got it from internet by chance, and I liked some information of this, which reason suggest me to share this information with you. Maybe you have seen before, I do not know. If you have paper with your studies, and thank you very much. I hope you have done your job, but it's for those who may not know about this. And I also am not very expert on this. I too have not gone thoroughly into this. But what does it mean? I would say microstructural analysis, which means you have to analyze soil structure. You have to analyze soil. You have to know what constituents this soil make, what constituents, which clay minerals and which other chemicals this soil particles do have. It may be a study of few grams of soil only, but it's maybe grams or maybe tons. It doesn't make any difference. Then you can say, I have to study this structure first. Then I have to We have to study contents of soil, each particle, and within that particle, what's there, which minerals are inside. Then we have to apply, just to know what his behavior is, what its conduct is. When magnetic application is applied on this, that is on native one, means original one, which has not been modified, or you can say in its natural state. We have to understand, we have to observe by applying magnetic application, magnetic characterization, magnetic character imposition on native particle of soil, and also on modified Montmorillonite and modified by some other means. We'll see what how we modify that. That's we'll see. It will be modification by temperature, or maybe modification by adding some other, you can say, chemical. So we say this paper is from someone else. Its editor is Luciano Carlos, and its, I think, author is Juana Giraxoa, with many more, and it's for, this is published in 2018. Was published, and I've done good work on that. Not complete information available, but whatever information I could find, I'm just sharing that. We're not going through total study of that, but common sense says something. So I have now this structure here. If you go in this file, in that video to page 2 of 25, in that video which I put on in the same title, this video is in same title, and you can see that name in that URL in text of this video. In text of this video, you will find those three to this file. And this is one of them. This is, can say, aged is out in less than 80. Well, now I show you this. This is double triangle. I say double triangle. That means, actually triangle in a different shape. I'm saying, add some stick with me. I don't know if it's wrong. Well, no issue. You can say here that one. You see that one? Double triangle. If I just tilt it, you will find that what I'm saying is that it's down, right? This and this. This is that. If you form that figure, this is called Mark David, or David is, I think, Mark of David in Israel, and this is called Shakti in Bharat, India. Shakti, Mata, whatever you call it. Or you can say, which I should not share with you, but practically it is. This is, you can say, reproductive symbol in refined language. I did not do that, but I understand. One triangle pointing one end, other triangle pointing other end. It's combination of two triangles means, and then continuation of that into second shape, and also continuation of one small triangle on one end and on other end. This they call, this is in this figure, in this file it's called figure 1. In this file, figure 1, and it is said that it's a basic structural unit of phyllosilicate, PHYLLOSILICATES. Phyllosilicate. This is diagrammatic representation of this file. Diagrammatic representation. Now what actually it is about, I just reading it what's written here and we can understand ourselves what it means. Now an integral part forms sheets of octahedrons. Octahedrons. An integral part forms sheet of octahedrons. X bracket O comma OH bracket close 6, and you know what 6 is, which share not only vertexes, which shares not only vertexes but also a edges, half of edges. Half of edges. Octahedrons. Octahedrons are tagged together by octahedron plane perpendicularly to that, so that three anions O negative and OH negative form a lower layer. Three anions are in upper layer and in between octahedral cations. Then you say, it says further, so that so octahedrons are tagged together by octahedron plane perpendicular to H001, so that three three anions O negative and OH negative form a lower layer, three are in upper layer, and in between octahedral cations mostly Ai, Fe and Mg are present. Occupation of structural positions in octahedral sheet generates trioctahedral sheet. Occupation of structural positions. Occupation of structural positions in octahedral sheets generates trioctahedral sheet. Silicates, where each O and OH is surrounded by three divalent cations like Fe2 and Fe3. The Montmorillonite layers essentially clay minerals. Clay mineral can be modified in two ways. How? In interlayer space. In interlayer space, in pursuance of swelling and cation exchange. What it says, essentially, clay mineral can be modified into two ways. What is a? One is interlayer space, and and X codified, and that is another one. Now in so method interlayer space in pursuance of swelling Interlayer space means one is, and also cation exchange. So one is, you know, interlayer space, you can say, can be modification in interlayer space and in phosphorus, you can say, and cation exchange and on surface. Second one is on surface due to an adsorption process. So one is integral to internal structure and other one is a surface one. Again, I say this modification is done in two ways can be done. One is an interlayer space. Interlayer space for swelling purpose. Interlayer space and cation exchange. Cation exchange. And on surface due to an adsorption process. Adsorption process you means it means related to water. So one is interlayer change within a space of this structure for swelling and also exchange of cations on surface due to adsorption process. Now this structure you have seen page 3 of 25. In this there are six balls indicated. One is I think blue color, other one is little different, I think pink color, and one is white color, and I think color I'm not seeing clearly. So other one is yellow is and yellow red is orange oxys O and yellow is yellow is a size gate. Same is shown in different figures here A and B, and we see what it says further. Now, an excellent group, for example, see. So we have gone through those two methods. One is internal structure and cation exchange. We have to remember this point in not modernized structure. One method of it's you can say uh, what we are talking of. You know, we are talking of modification. Modification. So modification is one is internally interlayer space. You can say, and other is that's internal space for swelling, and other is exchange cation exchange on surface and on surface due to water adsorption process. These two I have shown these two A and B are different type. We'll see what's the difference there. Now let's go to what it says. It says an excellent absorbent. An excellent group of absorbent. Montmorillonite, Montmorillonite and Vermiculite. Montmorillonite and Vermiculite. Both are used as effective solvents and for removing toxic ions. Means you can say Montmorillonite is a mineral, Vermiculite is a mineral, and these both are effective individually or collectively by this can act in a way. This used for removing toxic ions toxic molecules from wastewater. Wastewater, you can say. Wastewater may contain so many impurities. This can, this certainly Montmorillonite and Vermiculite available somewhere, of course, in certain forms. So this can remove toxic molecules, this Montmorillonite and Vermiculite, from wastewater or dyes, DYES or other compounds. uh, Now, in last years, so what we have done, modification, we have understood 2 points or 2 ways of modification: internal arrangements and you know swelling. Internal arrangements and swelling, that was uh, internal arrangement is swelling and cation exchange, and then surface level absorption process. Now, an excellent group of absorbent, both montmorillonite and vermiculite. These can be used as effective solvents for removing toxic ions, toxic ions, toxic ions and toxic molecules from water. This is just like alright, so cations, and we can remove toxins from from wastewater, molecules we can remove. um, Right. So we understand this point. Toxin molecules from wastewater, dyes, other compounds. We have to understand these points very clever. Toxins can be removed by this tool. So we can say that this is not exclusively dangerous soil, it can be used somewhere else, maybe not in foundations. Now, it says that new materials are designed to improve efficiency, absorption efficiency. We keep buying new materials. So, new materials are designed to improve absorption efficiency, decrease price of purification. So, we have to decrease price of purification, technology, and enhance functionality of material. In order to improve absorption properties of clay, minerals, different acid activation, and What we are talking of improving properties of clay minerals, different acid activation. What we are talking of properties of clay improvement, clay minerals with different acid activation and other chemical procedure modification were developed. What are those? What are that? Minerals, different acid activation and other chemical procedures modification were developed. Most of most most of papers are devoted to improvement of uh, gentlemen always say, uh, I should say, that is by different acid activation method and other chemical procedure modification developed. Now, these improvements of clay minerals from viewpoint of this application. Clay minerals, right, we say later done, clay minerals modified different acid activation, other chemical procedures modification. So now most of purpose are devoted to improvements of clay minerals from viewpoint of their applications. Clay minerals are modified by metal oxides. This is point ten. Metal oxides. This clay minerals modified by metal oxides. Metal oxides. Also. So we say chemical oxides. Metal oxides in their interlayer space are known as pillar clays. To understand define pillar clays, so we can say clay minerals modified by metal oxides. So clay minerals modified by metal oxides in their interlayer space are known as pillar clay. Pillar, Pillar. We say pillar in ordinary language. We call pillars support of pillar. So clay mineral modified by metal oxides in in their interlayer interlayer space, and this is known as pillar clays. Oxide particles, oxide particles act as pillars. These oxides, which are saying metal oxides, these act pillars and pillars. Does it make sense? So these pillar clays we use as which are metal oxides, and oxide particles act as pillars and keep silicates layer apart. Silicates layer apart. This is octahedron. uh, Silicates layer apart and form that right. So we come to conclusion here. Clay minerals modified by metal oxides in their interlayer spaces are known as pillars. Okay, then we move further then. It is pillar. Oxide particles act as pillars and keep silicates layers apart and form two-dimensional molecular sieves. Understand? Two-dimensional molecular sieves like sieves used in, you know, movie grading. This is not that, but example is oxide pillars, oxide particles, which are pillars, can can keep silicates layers apart and form two-dimensional molecular sieves compared to original clay minerals. So there's a chemical sieve, you can say, or you can say there's a molecular sieve, two-dimensional, which keeps them safe apart. And this compared to original clay minerals, and compared to original clay minerals, they have a higher fraction of surface area. This paragraph is small but very meaningful. They have a higher fraction of surface area. All right, now we come forward. We go forward. Next one is we have understood in this how in this paragraph we understood that there's a two molecule. This is a Montmorillonite alide. These are some triangular structure for that, and this is in layers, top layer and bottom layers and mineral layers, and that now there this modifications can be done to these minerals, and this layer is octahedrons, and octahedrons are tagged together by octahedral planes and perpendicular to tagged together by an internal part from sheet of octahedron, which is exo switch, which there are no vortexes, but also a half of edges. Octahedrons are tagged together by and octane. Now going to after this, octahedral plane and tetrahedral plane, which you studied, that Al, Fe, and Mg are present mostly there in octahedral cations, and this other one that is you can say upper layer, and these anions are in upper layer and in lower layer, and in between is octahedral cations. So upper layer and lower layer, uh, this is octahedral cations have ALFE and Mg, and this is in the octahedron is represented by X here, so OH6O and etc. And also having aluminum, ferric, and magnesium in them, and then you go then occupation of structural positions in octahedral shape generates trioctahedral shape, trioctahedral shape, and process. Alright, again, so this octahedral we have known AL, FC, and FG. Occupation of structural positions in the octahedral shape generates generates a trioctahedral shape. Trioctahedral shape uh, silicates where each O and OH is surrounded by three divalent cations. Now, it says also that essentially clay mineral can be modified. Minerals of clay can be modified in two ways. As I said before, one is swelling, that is interlayer space in persons of swelling, and cation cation exchange on surface of, and the other surface due to absorption, and that says that Montmorillonite, vermiculite are used as effective solvents for removing toxins. So we say excellent groups are these Montmorillonite and vermiculite are used as effective solvents for removing toxins, removing toxins from them, using them, and toxic molecules from wastewater, toxic ions and toxic. Uh, Okay, then generally move further. The toxins that we have seen now, we see we have to create materials. We are yes, according to this, we have to, improve these materials. We have to design to improve the efficiency of this material and decrease price of purification technology, and we have to enhance functionality of the material. So these qualities we have to take care of, means we have to design new materials with better efficiency and decrease price of purification, and also enhance the functionality of material. And in this order to improve, we have to improve sorption properties of clay material, clay minerals, different acid activation and other chemical procedure, acid activation and other chemical procedure. Modifications are developed. Most of papers are developed related to Improvements of clay minerals from viewpoint of their applications. Clay minerals modified by metal oxides. It is metal oxides. If we use metal oxide, you can say clay minerals are purified by metal oxides in their interlayer space known as pillar clays, oxide particles, circles. So metal oxides we shall use for this, for improvement of clay metals. This is very complicated and simple thought we have to understand. So what you do, we have to, you know, we have to use acid activation, different acid activation and other chemical procedure modification were developed and most of was are devoted to improvement of clay minerals from viewpoint of applications, and this is clay minerals are modified by metal oxides in their internal space, which is known as pillar clays. Pillar clays, pillar. How oxides particles act as. So go forward. Now we says pillars are the pillar clays are there, and these in this way and that way, both in both directions, these are formed to make sieves and molecular sieves. This one and then pillars and keep pillars layer, layers, use layer running else in practice. So therefore, gentlemen, we have caused Miller molecular sieves, and compared to original clay minerals, they have a higher fraction of surface area. Now, in present study, main attention is devoted to analysis of complex structural and magnetic properties of magnetically modified non-morpholite. So let's go. And what we understand that magnetically modified monocrystalline that is denoted by MMT, magnet is modification monocrystalline, and vermiculite is monocrystalline. So what we do in this, this is very serious method modification of elementals. Modification of monocrystalline we say MMT and vermiculite MVR. MVER. In between, sometimes I'm lost. Don't take it right because I'm thinking what to do with this. How to understand this English? Because my English is very easy. This is difficult English, so to say. using iron oxide. It says, in present, they say that analysis of complete structural and magnetic properties, magnetic properties are okay. So move forward and say that magnetically modified Montmorillonite MMT and Vermiculite MGR using using iron oxide FeO particles and using iron oxide particles and of original unmodified clay minerals, which is represented by MT and VR. This is unmodified clays, original minerals. Structural properties, morphology, and chemical compositions are determined by X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy. X-ray fluorescence is represented by XRFS, scanning electron microscopy represented by SEM, which are yes, then the relation. Okay, what we do now? Structural properties we can say we apply by determining X-rays, use X-ray fluorescence applications, scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, TEM X-ray, the fraction XRD. So X is everywhere except in transmission electron microscopy. It's in all these three, and X-ray diffraction is the macro and micromagnetic characterization of samples are achieved by magnetic and mass power measurements at Mars, at Rome. Gentlemen, these four processes for structural properties, that's morphology and chemical composition. Again, I am telling you, X-ray are determined by X-ray fluorescence, spectroscopy, XRFS, scanning electron microscopy, SEM, transmission electron microscopy, TEM, and X-ray diffraction, X-ray. More Monterey. So these processes you should remember, and we use them macro and micro magnetic characterization of samples are achieved by magnetic and master Bauer. Master Bauer, Master Bauer measurements of room and elevated temperatures completed by a low temperature measurements. Now, experiment is shown, but I don't have details of experiment, so I will not say. It's simply given sample preparation. I don't have details. Two different types of clay minerals were used in present studies: Montmorillonite, MT, and Vermiculite, and like what to like my a micro, macro issue. Another method is there. We have not done, I don't know the detail. So double aluminum magnesium silicates are there. But you now go to, you can see there's a diagram, this figure, you can see that figure, the page 5 of 25. There's a figure at the come, you can see that page 25. Page 5 of 25. And we look this figure 3, there's some now. Let me see. So we go now to figure 3, and then we go to, this is figure 4. Let's go further now because we don't have reference to this. Whatever reference we are, just XRFS was performed, X-ray fluorescence was performed using an energy dispersive spectrometer. XRFS was performed using an energy dispersive spectrometer equipped by PD X-ray tube with between maybe window 50W for 50 kb targets HOPG MOL23 X flash drift change. First size it was modified, X-ray. Again, I say XRFS was X-ray fluorescence was performed using an energy dispersive spectrometer equipped with PD X-ray tube with um, Windows versus 50 watt and 50 kilowatt, 50 kilowatt targets. So you can say 50 watt and 50 kilowatts. How many times it is targets? Then HOPG MOL203 X flash drift chamber SI SI detectors with with Peltier cooling and resolution of 170 eV electron volt on line MNK alpha at 10,000 pulses. And, now this was actually this was done. This detector, SI detector with pulses cooling and resolution of 170 eV online. K alpha will line MNK alpha at 10,000 pulses per second. XEPUS Spectro L Germany, Germany. Otherwise, transmission electron microscopy TEM. Transmission electron microscopy TEM. We put five minutes. It says okay, let me do that. The transmission electron microscopy TEM, a GEO 2010 HC, a GEO, this is page 6, a GEO 2010 HC resolution limit 0.19 nm, with LAB6 crystal cathode operating at 200 kV was used to study microstructure of powders. Samples for TEM, that is transmission electron microscopy study, were treated ultrasonically in an ethanol bath for 5 minutes and then placed on holy carbon HLY carbon copper grids for observation in an electron microscope. I read again very small. Geo, Geo 2010 HC, resolution limit 0.19 nm, a LAB6 crystal cathode operating at 200 kV was used to study microstructure of powders. Samples for TEM study were treated ultrasonically in an ethanol bath. Ethanol bath for 5 minutes, then placed on polycarbon copper grids for observations in an electron microscope. It is transmission. So, when X-ray powder diffraction XRD, this says, let's see what's that? X-ray powder diffraction measurements, X-ray powder diffraction measurements were done at room temperature RT using expert PERT, expert probe diffractometer, diffractometer by panalytical, panalytical. Samples were measured in form of a small disc about 2 mm in diameter and approximately 500 micrometers thick, prepared by powder pressing and used powder pressing and used subsequently for thermomagnetic measurements. Patterns were taken in reflection mode using COK alpha irradiation. Bracket 2 equal to, no, lambda, sorry, lambda, I can't read it properly. Lambda equal to 0.1789 nm. Bragg Branthau geometry to theta range 10 to 100 degrees. Step in and step out. Okay, now we go somewhere else. It was Brandt geometry to theta range 10 degrees to 100 degrees with the 0.008 degrees step and time per step to 50 S. This is X-ray power diffraction. These are testing arrangements. We may not be well aware of this. Then Mossbauer spectrometry, what Mossbauer says. Let us see this also and then we study about the results. Water is very important. It keeps me hydrated. That's what I'm thinking. I know 88% humidity means humidity impacts the body also. Mossbauer spectrometry. Mossbauer. Mossbauer measurements were carried out at room and low, that is 7K temperature, in standard transmission geometry using using 57 co-HRH source. Calibration of velocity scale was performed. Calibration of velocity scale was performed with alpha Fe, and isomer shifts are given with respect to RT, room temperature, Mossbauer spectrum of alpha Fe. All spectra were evaluated. All spectra were evaluated within transmission integral approach using program CONFIT conjugate. In measured Mossbauer's spectrum, ferromagnetic FM phases are represented by sextuplets, while paramagnetic PM phased by no, it's not by not given clearly. So there's an equation given. We'll see that one later on. Now there's some problem here. Some missings are there in this. Though whatever is we are getting information, and that's bad luck that I don't have complete file. No problem. Yet delta m is h delta m is the equation delta m but h equal m virh and minus MUP bracket h plus m down bracket HO2 MUP h plus m down h2 zero field cool ZFC, zero field cool ZFC and field cool FC, field cool FC and zero field cool ZFC. Z stands for zero. Zero field cool and field cool curves were measured between 2K and 300K in a magnetic field of 8 Ka per m meter. Thermomagnetic curves TMC representing magnetic behavior of samples at elevated temperatures were obtained in an external magnet magnetic field of 8 Ka per meter. Temperature measure of 4 K per minute up to 1073 K and vacuum to prevent oxidation. Vacuum to prevent oxidation. Transmission from magnetic to non-magnetic transition from magnetic to non-magnetic state is characterized by a decrease in magnetization to zero. Magnetic to non-magnetic state is characterized by a decrease in magnetization to zero value at Curie temperature. It was determined from TMC with accuracy of about plus minus 5K. Now results and discussions. Okay, whatever we have, we can understand if we can. Something is better than nothing at least. If you find some other file, we can refer to that file also later on. Whatever information I could get, in significant information based on some research work, I'm sharing with you. Everything I cannot get because there are so many restrictions on those. Now, let's uh, let's do something here. I was interested to find some information here, and that is about the K. If I can find what's actually low temperature K means, let us see what is that. Well, we are using this term K. This is low temperature K. Uh, I should understand. I'm very wetting. My body is wetting. That's the problem. That's why my fans are working. It's working, and I'm feeling stretching on body. So let us say, okay. Now let's Google. Let's Google here. Search. Uh, 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 because it's busy. Mm. Low temperature, low temperature, meaning K. Mm. Ah, this is where is that? The temperature for mobile. This actually it is not coming. That's problem here. It says at low temperatures, less than 10 K, and harmonic interaction does not influence mean free path. What's this? Color temperature. Color temperature. Color temperature over 5000 K are called cool colors. Color temperature over 5000 K are called cool colors. Bluish while lower cool temperatures to 700 to 700 to 3000 K are called warm colors. Mm, Kelvin color temperature, this is Kelvin, I think. Kelvin color temperature scale explaining this. So, let us say temperature gradient is a dimensional quantity expressed in units of degree on a particular temperature scale per unit length. Some SI unit is Kelvin per meter. This is for Kelvin per meter, K per meter. Temperature gradient in atmosphere are important in atmospheric science, meteorology, climatology, and related fields. Temperature. So this is that temperature Kelvin per meter. This is it says, and also it says delta T, displayable alpha delta T. Linear approximation will be used in estimating value or of the property. When body temperature is too low, when body temperature and this threshold temperatures, older people need to be careful to avoid prolonged exposure to cold, which may lead to hypothermia. No. In electronics, Kelvin is used as an indicator of how many correct circuit is in relation to an ultimate noise floor. Noise temperature is this. Mm, well, I think it's called Kelvin per meter is called. Let's leave it now because I'm not finding the information here. Let's move forward with now we will forward all this time forward, and that is what we said. Results and discussions. Let's see. Results of chemical analysis. Let's sit and I'll take some sliders for this. Something like that. It's important to go through. Result of chemical analysis of original Montmorillonite, Vermiculite, and magnetically modified modified MMT and MDR samples using XRFS and EDX are summarized. An increase in content of iron oxides after magnetic modification is evident at both samples. says increase in content of iron oxide. This is first result that increase in content of iron oxide after magnetic modification is evident at both samples. Now besides Fe2O3, a small amount of wustite, this WUSTIT, wustite is Fe1 minus XO was detected. A total content of iron oxide 8.38 wet percentage was slightly higher in vermiculite M1 compared to 5.62 with percentage in Montmorillonite. So this is the result. What is that? It said modification by two methods, and third one method X results of chemical analysis of original both empty and work, which is original, and when modified magnetically modified MMT and work samples using X-ray, fluorescence, and electronically effective diffusing are summarized now. Increase in content of iron oxide is one result, iron oxide Fe3, Fe2O3, and this is one result. Increase in content of iron oxides after magnetic modification, iron oxide increased, right? After magnetic modification is evident at both samples, and besides iron oxide, besides Fe2O3, a small amount of wustite, wustite Fe1XO was detected. A total content of iron oxide now, it was 8.38%. It is slightly higher in vermiculite. So iron oxide was higher in vermiculite and what compared to 5.62% in Montmorillonite. So I don't have that result with me. So no problem. Come on to next one. Something which we can talk. Now it says some paragraph is also missing here. No issue. It says that what says let's say no example for this is let's say figure 5 says something says homogeneity. This is table is corresponding to SCM image. This is SCM image, electronically modified SCM image. Uh, Demonstrates that both large area says that A is this image clear here. It says table corresponding to SEM image demonstrates that both large area and local dot analyze B show a dispersion smaller than 1%. Dispersion is smaller than 1% and thereby prove a high homogeneity of powder up to 1 micrometer level. Small area dispersion, smaller area, that is actually A is missing here. A is there. Local dot analysis. B shows a dispersion. So this is local dot analysis A. I think this is here somewhere. Maybe here, in this figure. Uh, Shows a dispersion small than 1% and thereby prove a homogeneity of powder, high homogeneity of powder up to 1 micrometer level. EDX analysis were quantified and normalized. Yes. EDX analysis were finalized, and quantified actually, and quantified and normalized without oxygen, were quantified and normalized without oxygen due to generally lower sensitivity of EDX for higher light element. Result of elements were further recalculated with respect to oxygen stoichiometry of constituent phases, oxygen stoi- stoichiometry of constituent phases, and obtained values are given where they are compared with normalized data obtained by chemical analysis and recalculated without loss on emission. So it says the results of elements are further recalculated with respect to oxygen after stoichiometry of constituent phases and obtained values are given in table 1 where they are compared with normalized data obtained by chemical analysis and recalculated without loss of ignition. And why? It could in on update which also for all samples. This is oxygen geometry. All right, now this is A and this is sphere 5. And in the sphere 5, we're talking results for there SCM micrographs of sample MT with marked large area A, with marked large area A and point B. And this is large area A and this is marked B. Figure 5 is that actually SCM micrographs of sample Montmorillonite with mark and point B EDX analysis. So let us say that more details morphology of vermiculite and Montmorillonite samples in their original what MT alone. uh, Now, document says MMT, a more detailed morphology of vermiculite and monoclonite samples in this original what and MT and modified MWhat and MMT. States is seen in TEM micrographs in figure 6. Figure 6 and this is figure 6 I think, I don't know, maybe let's see, let's assume this figure 6. they they document that submicrons iron oxide nanoparticles occur at surface. Submicrons iron oxide nanoparticles occur at surface and intergrain of MVR and they samples and their size is surprisingly larger at a mud sample. Says and their size is surprisingly larger at ember sample. Though the preparation procedure was same for both clay minerals, this corresponds with difference in XRD patterns of magnetically modified samples in next section. Uh, Now let's see something informative here, though it's also not complete para, but whatever can we understand from that information. Now say, now minerals are highly sensitive. You know that. Minerals are highly sensitive to chemical composition and to a strong texture. Minerals are highly sensitive to chemical composition and to strong texture. Consequently, layered nature layered nature as it follows from more detailed studies of vermiculite and of Montmorillonite, taken from various geographic regions. Analysis of both magnetically modified samples did not yield any input of iron oxide nanoparticles. Analysis of both magnetically modified samples did not yield any input of iron oxide. Once again, I read this because this is important one. What I say is that minerals are highly sensitive to chemical composition and to a strong texture. Consequently, layered nature and layered nature, strong texture, and see minerals are highly sensitive to chemical composition and to a strong texture. Consequently, layered nature as it follows from more details. Studies of vermiculite and Montmorillonite taken from various. So, layered nature as it follows from more detailed studies of vermiculite and Montmorillonite taken from various other geographical regions. Analysis of both magnetically modified samples did not yield any input of iron oxide nanoparticles into interlayers. So iron oxide affected information is not available. Analysis of both these magnetically modified samples did not yield any input of iron oxide nanoparticles into interlayers. Complicated composition of both Complicated composition of both clay samples was to was a reason why both data analysis all patterns has remained out of present study. Complicated composition of both X-ray patterns in Figure 7. X-ray patterns have only to document. So it says X-ray patterns in haven't have only to document difference between original and magnetically modified states. So X-ray patterns in this have only to document a difference between original and magnetically modified states. This difference is remarkably in low angle higher in low angle regions for 2 theta between 10 and 20 degrees. All right. Now, so only difference is that this document gives only difference between original and magnetically modified states, nothing else. There's no effect on iron oxide presence in that nanoparticles into interlace. This iron oxide nanoparticles interlace and so X-ray pattern is not that supportive. This difference is remarkably higher. This difference is remarkably higher. That is between original and marmorite. In lower angle region of 2 theta between 10 degrees and 40 degrees. So lower degrees 10 degrees and 40 degrees upper panels and it's namely vermiculite. Outstanding peaks in both vermiculite samples were at 2 theta is equal to 2179 minus 29.07. So let's move further now. Instead of it says 2 theta between 10 to 40 upper panels, namely at vermiculite, outstanding peaks at both vermiculite samples, that is vermiculite ambert at theta 2 theta is equal to 21.79 degrees minus 29.07 degrees minus 36.48 degrees minus 44.7 minus 2 yield nearly same positions. Not minus actually 21 this leads to actually I'm sorry 2 theta equal to 21.7 degree which goes to 29.07 degrees and goes to 36.48 degrees and goes to 44.27 degrees and to 50.10 to the same yield in nearly same position. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yields nearly same position. At present, it can be only speculated that magnetic modification did not affect structure. Alright, now in little further, the present can be speculated that magnetic modification did not affect the structure of sample, so it doesn't yield anything. From structural viewpoint, more detailed discoveries we both conducted or modified elementals. Now, you can see this curve, there's no major effect on that on modified. Otherwise, no major changes in both cases. You can see that all this you can blow it and see. So seen already all curves both dotted one at one are same. We're not going to stay here then. Mosaic spectrometry. Mosaic or spectra. You have to learn like this now, you see. It's now 6:15. I will like to take more on this file and then we'll take contracts because next file is about thermocurves which I loaded yesterday. This is also very interesting file, small one but interesting one. Already, and then I'll take soil investigation after that. It says that. Mazobar spectra of original MT were and magnetically modified MMT and were Montmorillonite, Montmorillonite and Vermiculite samples recorded at room and low 7K, at room and low 7K KS is called temperatures are depicted in this figure 8, while X, X-ray diffraction X-ray diffraction yields information on major minerals in clay. Okay. So I say while X-ray diffraction yields information on major minerals in clay, X-ray diffraction yields information on major minerals in clays. Most power spectroscopy looks selectively at iron-containing compounds that are often difficult to detect by X-ray diffraction due to their low concentration, small particle size, or poor crystallinity. crystallinity. Nevertheless, also a unique interpretation of Mossbauer's spectra can be sometimes difficult or impossible, either because spectra cannot be decomposed in a unique shape into individual components. I'll read this again, no problem. Wake up, this reset. I read it again. It's interesting one. Mass power spectrum says it says that it could do something about iron content. Most Bauer's spectra of original mon- monolite and vermiculite and magnetically modified modified vermiculite samples recorded at room and low 7K, recorded at room and low 7K temperatures are depicted, while X-ray diffraction yields information on major minerals in clays, that is X-ray diffraction, information on major minerals in clays. Mossbach spectroscopy looks selectively. This is Moss-Bauer spectrometry. Spectroscopy looks selectively at iron-containing compounds that are often difficult to detect by X-ray diffraction due to their low concentration. Due to their low concentration, small particle size, or poor crystallinity, crystality, nevertheless also a unique interpretation of Nussbaum's spectra can be sometimes difficult or impossible, either because of. Alright, so it's that it can check, in this iron containment. So I can say, nevertheless, also unique interpretation of Musselbauer spectra can be sometimes difficult or impossible. Either because the spectrum cannot be decomposed, the spectrum cannot be decomposed in unique shape into individual components, or because different iron-based components have very similar. So patterns. So sometimes it's help supplement. Now, because or because different iron-based components have very similar Mosabar's pattern. Sometimes it's helpful to supplement measurements at ambient temperature by measurements at liquid nitrogen or high helium temperatures. Okay, then we can see this is all you can say here curve, which is relative emission here and velocity decision, and this for while V sample, and this is for modified sample. You can say in this up to left side is minus up to minus 10, and on to right side to minus 10 and minus 10 side. Alright, so we can say that now helium and liquid nitrogen. Now we'll go back to go to some other discussion. It is about iron may be present in both minerals. Okay, iron may be present in both minerals, and this is Fe2 and Fe3, and on positions with tetrahedral or octahedral oxygen environment. They can be distinguished by hyperfine parameters. Hyperfine parameters, namely isomer, shift, and quadruple splitting. Mesoborg spectra for work sample. Mesoborg spectra for work sample. Now, what sample means? Vermiculite sample in its original state collected at 295 K and 7 K. These are low temperature are shown in figure upper panel. Upper panel, low temperature spectrum yields a weak magnetically broadened 6 lines component. Low temperature specimen spectrum yields a weak magnetically broadened 6 line component with relative area of 3.6% pointed up in black color in same way as in other spectra. Its hyperfine induction 51T is slightly lower lower as obtained by other authors. Small relative area in small relative area as well as isomer shift delta is 0.37 mm per second, and quadruple split is quadruple EQ. Alright, then we found on this. It's hyperfine, you can say. That's a 3.6% pointed up in black color. Okay, it's hyperfine. The induction 51 is slightly. We have gone through that. So, okay, fine now. A small relative area and versus isomers is this particular. Okay, so magnetic modification. What says now? Magnetic modification of vermiculite and what has contributed to an increase in relative area. According to this, magnetic modification of vermiculite and work has contributed to an increase in relative area of magnetic component to 9.8% at RT room temperature and to 18.2% at 7K low temperature. Hyperfine parameters obtained by analysis of RT isobar spectrum B equal to this is hyperfine to 46.8 to 30 delta is for this and so this and of low temperature spectrum B is called to 51 and this and delta is called to zero point 0.4 and the second is the 0.06 reflect rather a complex iron oxide is a complex, rather a complex iron oxide, hydroxide, and oxyhydroxide due to presence of presence of aluminum, Fe, and Ti cations and N ionic part either of oxygen and of hydroxide group. Only single sets of less. So let's go further. Then these results are supported also by fact that low temperature spectrum consists of not only single sex doublet but also hyperfine induction representative mean value of Gaussian hyperfine distribution with a width of 4.9 or detailed assignment to certain compounds. It's also difficult because of variations in crystallinity. Dominant paramagnetic fraction of all spectra has been fitted by four symmetrical doubles, whose parameter are listed now for Vermiculite samples and both temperatures, doubles and isomers shift of 1 mm per second can be assigned to Fe2 ions and with smaller chemical free. Now, this is about the 1325 is amount of non-based compounds, iron-based compounds. Amount of iron-based compounds is an original uh, amount right? This is Montmorillonite, yes. Sample raw acid results from one chemical analysis. Mosaber spectra are presented in figure upper panel wrapped with the soft. Levels are summarized for the temperature table. Now go to further. Now it says in presence of this there's a magnetic field Ka per meter and there's a magnetization AM square per gram. Presence by amber sample, vermiculite sample embodies higher coercivity and remain remnant of magnetization. And influence of particle agglomeration refer to prevailing contribution of anisotropic energy reducing. Now, room temperature, this is table 4, room temperature are the usual corresponds to 300 K and low temperature LP corresponds to 2K. Low temperature 2K magnetic parameters of original MP1 and magnetically modified M1 and MMP vermiculite and Montmorillonite samples. M magnetization M R remnant magnetization HC coercivity. Interparticle magnet interparticle magnet system. Just I think some message here, important message. Well, this is very good here to see, and this I can say you have to understand this Montmorillonite very clearly. This is what it is. Three, five, six, two, six, five. This is interest is 4578. 4578. This is oh, let's go further. Define this. Okay, let me see how much is this. Let me see this one. Okay, yeah, yeah. So this is sorry, this is only let me now close it. This time, interparticle magnetic interactions were analyzed by Hankel plots. Interparticle magnetic interactions were analyzed by Hankel plots using one, while while original samples behave practically as non-interacting systems with very low negative magnetic dipole interactions not presented. Several times stronger interactions are observed for magnetically modified samples. So it's a stronger interactions are observed for magnetically modified samples. So positive exchange interactions dominate in M is modified empty samples due to low distances among separated very small nanoparticles. Interaction maximum is detected at magnetic fields. Interaction maximum is detected at magnetic fields about 60 to 80 Ka per meter, ampere per meter. Contrarily, in modified vermiculite, large objects of same and small but larger small objects, small but agglomerated particles contribute to a visibly higher distances among them. Consequently, negative dipole interactions with maximum at lower magnetic field 11 Ka per meter prevail. It means that particles interact mainly through their total magnetic moments. Thermomagnetic curves Thermomagnetic curves of samples in original and magnetically modified states are presented. Measurements were done in an external magnetic field of 8 Ka per meter, and due to small magnetic moments of both samples in original state, this Vermont Vermiculite curve are not curves are not strong. Okay, so what I say, interaction maximum is detected at magnetic fields of about 60 to 80 per ampere. Contrarily, in modified vermiculite, large objects are small but agglomerated particles continue to visibly higher distances among them. Consequently, negative dipole interactions will maximum at lower magnetic field. It means that particles interact mainly in magnetic moments. Thermomagnetic curves of samples in original and magnetically modified state are presented in figure. Measurements were done in an external magnetic field of 8 kA meter and due to small magnetic moments of both samples in original states. Curve are not Curves are not smooth and measurements reach a limit of equipment sensitivity. Magnetization curves at increasing temperature consist of two parts. Red red dashed lines better result at what depth sample. First part decreases to zero and the magnetically modified and what samples we measure in an acceleration. All right, now it says now, let's go further. Nil now says all other two temperatures, Nil temperatures, Tn1 and Tn2 are very probably antiferromagnetic antiferromagnetic paramagnetic transitions of cold iron oxide and or hydroxide compounds. Cooling of all samples back to room temperature returns them into a weak ferromagnetic and a antiferromagnetic state. The cooling of all samples back to room temperature returns them into a weak ferromagnetic and a antiferromagnetic state with different magnetizations, including several changes. All right, now let's say cooling of all samples back to room temperature returns them into weak ferromagnetic and or antiferromagnetic state with different magnetizations indicating irreversible changes in magnetic behavior of powders treated up to 1073 K. This means this is a problem there, right? So cooling of all samples back to room temperature returns them. Uh, I should keep it here. I should stop it away. But cooling of all samples back to room temperature returns them to a weak ferromagnetic and or antiferromagnetic state with different magnetizations, indicating indicating irreversible changes in magnetic behavior of powders rated up to 1073 K. Behavior of all samples below RT room temperature is documented by FC and ZFC0, and this is Gauss and hysteresis loops at 2K shown in figure what empty and figure and what and empty shape of FC ZFC curves of what and empty samples is practically identical, showing slow changes of magnetization from 300K to 25K, followed by its sharp increase from 25K to 2K. Such phenomenon was already observed, namely in hematite, hematite nanorods or in CEO2 by Fe2O3 nanocomposites, and could be ascribed to magnetic phase transformation coming from ordering of surface SPMs at low temperatures and resulting in prevailing exchange interactions among iron oxide particles and increase of magnetization. This is our curve. You can see this curve values, our curve of magnetic field. You can read that. It's not a big issue. And then we go to other curves as well. We can see these curves. Let us blow up and see if you can understand something. And these curves, these two curves are here first of all. This curve says, these are, see, oh, this is if you take from Gaussian, it goes to up to 4,000 magnetic field on that side. One side magnetic field K per meter, and other one also to minus 4,000 magnetic field Ka per meter. And you see on y-axis it goes to 0 to 15, and that is am square per kilogram. This is mass magnetization, and similarly bottom one. I say cow is there. Say this one. This is for what VER, Vermiculite, and it passes through O and goes up in positive of X is 4,000, and that, and you say at 2,000 this value, or maybe in 50, maybe you can say in 1,000 value is 5, and maybe at 2,000 of again say 7.5, 7.5, and like that down also is different, but same pattern. And also if you see this here, this is dotted line indicating how this is also not, but this is mass magnetization, and is, this is without field, and this is completely different. And it's completely different shape and mass magnetization. Magnetic field is not shown here. So we go down there. So this is here. What happened? Oh no. This is the cow later on. These are later on cows. Now magnetic field is here now. This is a downwards a minus, and of course this is a plus and minus in this. Magnetic field cam per meter, and MMD is this side. And now if you go forward onto this, which we say this is also same 4,000 this way and 4,000 this way, same type of curve as you saw above, and this is different one. This is same as you saw the other one. You see, up to temperature range 150 dash 3, and there is 50. So I agree down this, below on this. Low temperature magnetic properties of magnetically modified amber amethyst samples. Low temperature magnetic properties of this. I think one should take snacks time better. No, no conclusion is reaching, so better completed. Why you wait for? I take this. I will finish this file before reaching further. It's not much left in this. Let me finish it. And this is, after these four curves, this is low temperature magnetic properties of magnetically modified. This is about that curve. But where we talk of this low temperature magnetic properties, which you have seen these four curves. And now it is LT loops of samples of low temperature. This stands for low temperature loops of it is low temperature loops of samples in both original and magnetically modified states. Magnetically modified states document that their saturation is not achieved even in applied external field of 5T foramen, with the main reason could be in presence of metal and ionic compounds in different influences in ferrous and or ferric iron in very small grains, and also in a direction of applied field with regard to direction of sheets. So we can say alti loops of samples in both horizontal, this is same curves. Alti loops of samples in both original and magnetically modified states document that their saturation is not achieved when in applied external field of factors. Main reason could be in presence of metal and ionic compounds in different influences of ferrous and ferric iron in various grains, very small grains, and also in a direction of applied field. Then we can see another situation there, and main reason could be that in presence of metal and ionic compounds in different influences of ferrous and or ferric iron in very small grains, and also in a direction of light field with regard to direction of sheets. All magnetic parameters All magnetic parameters determined from LC loops of original and magnetically modified samples yield higher values compared to room temperature. Now, ZFC 0 curves and for MWOT and M samples. The first ZFC curves of MWOT samples show a typical behavior where it decreases near linearly with decreasing temperature and 25 K and inexpressive. Now conclusion is Montmorillonite from smactite group and vermiculite group were both are groups Montmorillonite from smactite group and yeah, and vermiculite from vermiculite group were magnetically modified by mixing original clay minerals with oxide particles prepared using a microwave irradiation procedure. Complex structural and magnetic studies of original and magnetically modified powders were performed using scanning and transmission electron microscopy. X-ray fluorescence, X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, X-ray diffraction, Moser-Bauer spectrometry, and magnetic methods at room temperature. Most of results supported also by low temperature measurements. Both clay minerals are of 2:1 layer type and SCM observations yield similar morphology and large area as local dot chemical homogeneity of all studied samples. Nevertheless, nevertheless, TEM micrography is a transition. uh, Micrography clearly like this little bit like एक लाइट तो बंद करो sorry I forgot why I took the light off. I took because there's no light here. Let me hold on this. There's some problem here. No light here. So I say original claimant will behave in a way what it says now says that no, nevertheless, ATI micrographs clearly show large particles agglomerates at At vermiculite sample, contrary to Montmorillonite, consisting of very small, separated non-particles. Original clay minerals behave in a way corresponding to their composition. Original, you can say, original clay minerals behave in a way corresponding to their composition. Vermiculite with a higher content of iron-based compounds yields slightly softer magnetic properties, uh, softer magnetic properties, and presence of magnetic component at low temperature, while montmorillonite is paramagnetic and or superparamagnetic at both room and low temperature. Magnetic modification changes magnetic properties of both samples. Magnetic modification changes magnetic properties of both samples in different ways. In different ways, particle agglomerates in vermiculite. Particle agglomerates in vermiculite cause magnetic hardening and prevailing dipolar interaction or dipolar coupling, which refers to direct magnetostatic interaction between two magnetic dipoles moments. Contrary, magnetic, magnetically modified montmorillonite exhibits superparamagnetic behavior at room temperature with nearly zero coercive field and remnant magnetization means that temperature fluctuations of nanoparticles easily overcome barrier in consisting of their have any anisotropic energy marked increase of Hc at 2K confirms that during cooling magnetic nanoparticles attract properties typical for magnetically ordered materials. All right, now think then this data experimental data used to support the findings of this study are included in the article. We have already seen, and then there are references, nothing else here, and we can say that indicatively this file is over with certain, the only result is that vermiculite. So light is back, good. I can comfortably sit for 1 hour then. And so you can say that vermiculite gives a little better magnetic field, magnetic coupling, whereas montmorillite is not. So we'll do this again, once again, after we go through whole review of documents. This file is now over. I'll shift to I'll shift to, what I do, I shift to FIDIC now because the other file will take time. That is differential curves of temperature curves. That file shall take time. So I stop this file here. Analysis files over. I take file of FIDIC now. FIDIC, which is contractual method. FIDIC, and let me go to FIDIC now. FIDIC is interesting or not interesting. That's not the question here. FIDIC is FIDIC. And we have yesterday I could not do that. Today also sometime I have no problem. Whatever time I have around, let's say 50 minutes, and I can something top of FIDIC FIDIC. Hmm. FIDIC, FIDIC. This is about red, red, silver. FIDIC, we talk daily something, and this contract related, we all know. This is right. It is contract related and is big gun. In fact, I call it big gun because this is heart of project. You can say FIDIC is not a joke. You may say what's happening to other, I said, yes, it is there. It was sleeping, I think. It was sleeping, no problem. Let no, I'll get it down now. FIDIC is, you can say, FIDIC, you can say master of contracts. Means indicative or direct master of contracts. In a sense, no, it doesn't do contracting, but it guides you about contract, which is very much, which is very much important from that point of view, and it works in a way that we should work, and then it's very important, and you can say FIDIC without FIDIC sometimes it's not even in modern world jump into final clauses of contracts of RAG, or that's a construction contract, or you may say EPC, that's engineering procurement contracts. These contracts composition, or you may say designs of contracts, depends on maturity level of those professionals involved on drawings or designs of contracts, because mistakes in contracts, errors in contracts can lead to blunders which should be avoided. Contracts are not meant for 1 week or 1 day. These are meant for years together, 2 years, 3 years, and then maintenance period also, and as well as certain mistakes, certain disputes, if evolved, resolution requires number of years, depending on which country this happens to. And moreover, contract is not just a signature or just some documents. It's a commitment between two parties. We cannot simply take it for granted. Well, okay, there's a contract, no problem. We think of when there's a contract, you cannot say there is no problem. Yes, there is no problem if parties to contracts, both parties to contracts work sincerely, abiding by all conditions of contract whenever required, and they intend to resolve certain problems occurring, keeping and in interest, professional integrity and interest of project. Construction of these contract conditions, yes, we can say that we can we can draw support from general conditions of FIDIC, and also we can use, or we can convert general conditions parts to particular conditions if these general conditions do not suit to our requirement. But it's it's confined that it's condition. You should use general conditions as they are. You want to alter them in particular conditions, because particular conditions take over general conditions. is given to particular conditions. Likewise, there's provision. So FIDIC in such a way just tries to extend support to parties who would be contractual parties. Now they are not contractual. At time, once this contract is approved and brings into form of execution or implementation, these parties who may be bidding parties now or before, and now once agreed award is made, same documents are converted to contract conditions. Conditions of contract, FIDIC doesn't mean is everything. First of all, it does not mean that you have to go through FIDIC. That's only considered a direction, an indication, an institutionalized framework. You may say that. But practically speaking, as many times I say and I reiterate, we have to understand basics of contract and meaning of contract. Some misunderstanding appears in certain professionals about, oh, this is higher and this is lower. Contractor is this and owner is this. Owner means promoter who is designated party one in such contracts. Owner or employee, what you may call that, party one. Other is contractors, party two. There's some people have some mindset about us contract is lower, honor is higher. This is ill-take and ill-thought. These are parties in contract. Liabilities of both parties, accountability, obligation, and future impact on both. Both parties are on same track. That is meaning of contract. You are moving on a track. Neither this party nor that party can go out. And if they go out, this is called derailing contract. You are coming out of track of contract, you derail that. And when you derail train, what happens? Accident. Do you want accident in contract or you want completion in contract? Accident in contract happens due to many reasons, which we will discuss in details from time to time. Derailment, but maturity suggests, interest of both parties suggests, completion or discharge of contract is better than derailment or suspension, or derailment equal to suspension equal to termination of contract by either party. On contracts, both are equal. It is equity-based contract. Both parties do have their rights, privileges, responsibilities, liabilities, accountabilities, and all the future inheritance. Today, you are a contractor, you die tomorrow, contract doesn't stop. Once you have executed that, it doesn't stop. It transfers to your survivors, to your daughter, your son, your wife, or whosoever else is owning or owns in legal heredity by virtue of this and by virtue of everything else. Your contract is automatically transferred to that survivor, and in case there is no survivor, then some other law applies that something is created, some body is created per order of jurisdiction of court. Now, my point is this: first, we have to understand contract. I'm talking of FIDIC, I'm talking of red book, I'm talking of silver book, and we will talk of white book and also yellow book in future. But understanding of contract is a must. And actually, we read a contract because there's a reason behind that. It's not because we want like this. If I, as an owner, I, as an employer, can establish myself, to do contract myself, I think there should be no problem at all. No problem at all. Because if I can do it, I can do it. If I have potential to organize. If I can, I have money for that project. I have potential to organize my staff. I have potential to organize my resources like workforce. I can organize machinery. I can organize material. I can organize vendors myself, and I can lead myself, and I can do myself. Why should I need someone? Question is that. But what happens practically? It's not done. All over world contracts are awarded, contracts are managed. So you can say virtually contracting is institutionalized. Contracting is not your handful statement. It's not a single statement you like or you don't like. It's a professionalization. It's a professionalized contract. Contract is a professional branch of engineering. Contracting doesn't mean for $5, $6. Yes, there are contracts every day. You enter contracts every day. You can't say no, but those are verbatim contracts. Of course, document is there, but that you cannot does not have that way as it should have. You buy a bus ticket and travel. You buy a train ticket and travel. You buy a flight ticket and travel. You go to some service and you pay some money and get some service. That's also a contract. You are taking this internet. This is also a contract. Whatever transactions you make through official channels and you get service to pay for that, all are contracts. Contracts are millions and millions already, but we are not talking of those contracts because those contracts may be for few seconds or few hours or few days and expire. Or they are frequent contracts, periodical contracts. You have to pay this money in 1 month and I have to do this service. This definitely continuity of contract every month you pay and it continue like that. Those contracts are different nature, commercial like contract, life insurance contract, and this insurance, a medical claim, and this those contracts. I'm not talking of those contracts. Those are very small level contracts. You cannot say professionals are required in that contract. We are talking of billions of currency use. We are talking of major contracts where big land is required and calculated resources are required, designs are required, procedures are required, licenses are required, land is required, workers are required, all that. There is these are all required for duration of contract. And it may be 6 months or 1 year, like that, depending upon what's your status, what you're earning, how can you earn that much. My point of view is that we have to take contracting into a professional status. Contract is a profession of engineering in fact. Contract professional what it is. Professional contract you can say because these contracts are administered by professional engineers, not by ordinary people. These are not administered by lawyers or by others. Such contracts are administered by professionals like engineers, senior engineers, and those who work from on behalf of second party contract. They too use professionals in all activities. These professionals and these projects, when I say project doesn't mean only construction. I'm saying there can be whatever type of projects we do, bigger or smaller. There are liabilities are involved, hundreds of items are involved on everyone. We as contractors, we as engineers or promoters deal with projects which cost expensive items, expensive cost estimates, expensive sale price, and we deliver that customers to consumers to users at certain price, and that we produce or we deliver should serve that purpose for which it was designed. It was intended to design, it should serve for that duration it was designed for. This means these contracts are contracts for all those activities which are technical, which are engineering activities, and which are engineered both ways. And these should work for number of years or whatever say. These should work permanently without any damages or without any losses, with the exception of wear and tear. This point we have to keep in mind. This is not that today we do, tomorrow we say, okay, bye bye, it's okay. No, cannot say. Long and long term mindset is required for such contracts. In this field, contracting, who are responsible? In this field, we say two persons are responsible. They are moving on a track. They move on a track. One is a person who is owning this, who owns this project, who is taking financial risk and business risk of that project, who is called employer, and other person is who is working for employer. Both are real. You are working for employer. You are not working in isolation. You are working as a partner, contracting partners. You are stakeholder on charter of this project and on charter in your own organization. You both are moving. Once you sign this contract, you are both combined. Of course, with different organizations, with different management backgrounds, and with different liabilities, but your aim is one, to move on to completion and discharge date of that project. You are on same page as far as this contract is concerned. There's a relation between you and that. Your relation is that you have to pay this man, this contractor, according to contract, and you have to work for this employer according to this contract. This is simple relation. You both are moving on this track. This may be railway track, you can say. This may be highway, you can say. Or this may be a flight, you can say. Whatever you say, you are moving on a track together. That's why we call contract. And one leg comes out this way of one party, means other party collapses. If one leg of other party comes out and the low party collapses, it happens. This is a question of understanding. If you don't have understanding, if you don't have commitment, if you don't have sincerity, if you don't have trust, if you don't have financial backing, better not to enter into contract. Because once you die, your problem is over. But if you're trapped in contract, then you cannot live. Once you're trapped in a contract, you're not strong one to face that. And maybe your financial position is not good, then you don't take that. Contract means you have to do it. Both parties. Both parties are bound by contract conditions. Both parties, whosoever they are. They may be friends before, but now they are not friends, they are professionals. They may be something else in future, but now they are not. That's why I say meaning of contract is completely different now. Contract, those who understand contract, they are big people in the sense mentally big, mature, digestive, confident, patient, aggressive, intelligent, and focus, who focus on job. Contract is not just signature on document. No, signature on document is just not equal to contract. Yes, there should be written document. Yes, indeed there is. Written document is a must for such contracts. because one problem in contract leads to another problem, and then that problem leads to another problem. Like that, chain goes on, breaking chain goes on developing. Do you want to say the chain should broken? Chain should broken? No, it should not break in. Chain should not break in. If chain breaks in, everybody breaks out, breaks in. That's my part of submission to everyone, that do not take contract for granted. Do not think the contractor is a small person and employer is a big person, because if there is no contractor, employer cannot do anything. Some contractor is required for something. So contract is having its own specialty, it's a professional requirement, and you are promoted in your own reception. There was a point of discussion with someone that university syllabus of engineering is short in teaching contracts and pertinent dispute resolution. Yes, I will be happy if professional practice subject is introduced in engineering, and even if it's not introduced, I don't think it makes a difference, because engineer is very well qualified. Once you pass engineering means you are not a kid, you are a professional, and you understand your responsibility, you understand your actions and liability. And if you cannot understand, no one can understand. Qualifying engineering degree is no joke. This is completely intellectual work, thinking work. I always say engineer means thinker and nothing else. If engineer cannot think, don't talk to him. Simple. You can talk to a person only who's able to have intellectualism. If you just enjoy life without using mind, then why you are coming to profession? You are spoiling profession. I'm not saying you should be brilliant in every aspect of life. Intelligent, yeah, this is the profession. You respect material, you respect project, you respect your responsibility, you move forward, you lead others, and you understand technology, you understand engineering, you understand, commerce, you understand workers, understand machines, understand sites, understand everybody. You must have relations to all. And I can say in beginning you may not be that, because you are humble in front of university, and you should be humble. But that stay humble stays only for a few months, because when you're in university, you're a student and you cannot get that commands required field. In civil engineering, especially in civil, I'm just trying to say, civil engineer is a commander in fact. A police, a military, you can say, civil engineer must have qualities. Civil engineer must have a quality of a police officer, a quality of a military person, a quality you can say a commander, and quality of a leader, and quality of a diplomat, and a quality of what I should say, an intelligent person, quality of a author, quality of what you define, what you speak, that should be quality. Accept corrupt person. Don't have quality of corrupt person. Don't have quality of a sleeping person. Don't have quality of a work not doing person, and don't have a quality of look busy and do nothing. This quality don't enjoy. All of this quality you enjoy. You expect that work be done, and work expects you have these qualities. And if you don't develop this, just sit somewhere and work. Don't go to sites and don't go to responsible locations. Because I'm not waiting for you. So, my dear friends, contract is very easy in fact if you understand this. But before this, you have to understand engineering. Engineering, if you understand, then you can understand contract. And if you don't understand engineering, you cannot understand. Cannot. Engineering is not what you think in the university degree is engineering. That engineering education. But engineering in practice is different, very different. Education of engineering is one part of practice, but not whole part of practice. Whatever degree you have, that is academical, that's not practical. Your degree is meant just to learn, not for other purpose. You have to learn practical degree in practice only, and that degree is not documented. Your degree is documented because you have formal education or informal education, you have passed certain examination. But examination and projects are not passed. Projects are passed. The person is passed. Examination, project delivery is examination. Project issue to project delivery by engineer is very very tough examination. Reason being, you are a professor or a teacher, you have a relation with each other, student and teacher relation, or student and professor relation. Student is there who's like a son of a professor or daughter of a professor. Both have father mother relation or guru disciple. It's up to you. Purpose is learning. Purpose of student is learning, and purpose of teacher is teaching. And of course, they are bound by syllabus, bound by ethics, and bound by a certain registration documentation. And if a student thinks that I have become competent to lead engineering in field, and if teacher thinks, the professor thinks that yes, qualified, both persons thinking is limited. Limited in what sense? Limited in the sense that water, please. Half an hour more. Sometimes I like to talk like this, thinking only. I don't want to script and write so that a common natural talk should be done. You should talk naturally in profession. Because when you work in profession, you can't take paper all the time. You cannot say, I have this paper, I will read this paper and talk to you. This is not engineering. Maybe you the wrong command, but talk. Talk frankly and directly. For that, you must have experience. You know, students, when they write application to principal for leave, sir, I beg two statements. It goes like that. As we used to do same thing. But that is student life. In field, you are not a student. You have to command. And if you don't command, people enjoy you. Oh, this engineer knows nothing. They will examine you. Oh, you are engineer, sir. Come on, sir. Come on, come on. Please check my column. I'm not understanding. I'm not able to see. See, it's okay or not. Check it, please. Right? And you should never check that in your life. Okay, I'll come. No, no, sir, check is, I have to close it, please check. And if you say, okay, I'm coming in 5 minutes, then that guy understands you are running away. You don't know how to do that. Please avoid such situation. I'm just giving an example. column example or slab example, these are very big issues, very big issues. Somebody will come to you, well, come, this steel is trapped, I'm not able to fix this steel on site, or give me barbending schedule of that, or this is 12 meter bars and I am getting 11.9 meter bar, what should I do? Or I'm getting 13 meter bar, what should I do? Means these people know their job, don't think they do not know. They know their job, but they want to ensure person coming to head them is it suitable for them or just just a basic very elementary learner. Look, one thing I tell you all, yes, we are civil people, we have civil workers. In one seminar, I raised one question. This was HSES seminar. This was in this, I think somewhere I can forget that. Institution of Engineers India, Faridabad Local Center. It was 2 days continuous seminar. And they were talking of safety this and safety that, this and that. Then there's of course question session there. Any question? I see. Yes, I have a question. Yes, please. Why don't we try start card or something like that? Give to workers or GHA card, give to workers, let them do that. Then, oh yes, yes, you're right. We can do that, but problem is that this we give in mechanical people, we give to them, or electrical people because they are educated one and several one are not educated. Okay, I could not answer to that because they insulted our people. I did not like it, but okay, okay, fine, thank you, thank you. What to do? You means if you argue further with that man, there's no meaning. Means those people can't understand. I think there's a difference in civil, electrical, mechanical, but there are three combined together to work. They move jointly and come at every joint. They should be together. But mindset is different. They think this is IT qualified, ITI qualified, and civils are just nothing. That's the problem. That's the problem. Yes, they are not. Maybe they are not ITI, but they know job. You can't say that. You are maybe you have learned some English. Something. Question is responsibility. Okay, that person cannot write. Fine. Our supervisor can write. Our foreman can write. There is no foreman who cannot write. There is no supervisor who cannot write. Question is reporting. Question is information. These are parts of site working. These are covered all under contracts. These are not beyond contract. So I did not argue with this one, but I know why to waste time. These people can't understand. Civil engineering, civil construction, civil workers, civil working style, civil method statements, all these are very descriptive words. If you don't have experience, you don't have caliber, you don't have, you can say, intelligence. Yes, required. Intelligence required. If you don't have intelligence to your position's level, I'm not saying if you are a mason, you should have intelligence of an engineer. No. In your trade, in your activity, you should have adequate intelligence. Otherwise, you cannot do plaster or rendering, you cannot do brickwork or block work, you cannot even know how to mix mortar. This is intelligence required. You should know about that. These are all covered under technical acts and other contracts, or quality related issues. That's what I say. When you know about contracts, contract is not just a piece of paper, it is an announcement that I am responsible for this work. That is an announcement to each other and to personal. This is contracting company name is written on board. This is engineer written in board or architect, and this is organization for whom work is being done. This is public announcement. This is not internal announcement. Yes, there is a contract which is a document between two that can be a secret confidential. or public. But that announcement, this is a contracting company, this is public announcement, this is gadget of public. So you are responsible because you are paid for what you are working. You are not working free of cost, and employer pays you. This means employer expects you to do work according to requirements, include all requirements included and explained in the scope of work and contract documents. It's a big issue. Some people say I've seen some. Oh, I don't handle the contract. I don't know. It's not my job. I'm not very happy with this. I die if I do it. Well, I'm better on site. I'm go to site. You want to run away? Where? Where to? What's the problem with you? Are you not educated? Tell me, are you not educated? You are doing a technical job, an engineering job, and a job which includes high intelligence. You are dealing with whole site. You can understand drawings, you can make drawings, you can understand specification, you can understand any damn thing of process. Yes, your expression of English may not be excellent, I know, doesn't matter. Don't worry. Or for Arabic guys, they don't know English, no problem, but they know job. Job is important or language is important, which is important. Why do you give high priority to English only? Don't worry about English. Don't worry about that. That is only one part of job. But if you skip like this means you have a negative point in you. You have a weak corner in yourself that should be deleted. You have to accept this challenge, and that's what I always say, challenge. Challenge is a must. There can be no engineer who does not accept challenge. You cannot be passive desk engineer. Then you are not engineer. You are a clerk. What work you have on desk? Yes, there is desk work, but not dedicated one. It's sometimes you have to sit on desk, sometimes you have to go to site, sometimes you have to go to designs. It depends in your life how many changes you do every day, how many hours you sit in your chair, how many hours you stay in sun or in wind. You have to say. Engineering is a challenge in that case, and particularly engineering on contract. A contract engineers, you may say whatever way, that's also a challenge because if you do not understand practice of engineering, if you do not understand activities, if you do not understand quality, if you do not understand safety, if you do not understand design, you cannot understand contract. Contract is not language, it is not a script, it has everything within it. We say contract documents. Contract documents, what do you mean by that? Have you heard of? We say contract documents, and before contract is awarded, we say bid document or tender documents. What are those documents? How many agents do know it? Point to understand, point to question. Is it not a point to be contemplated? Contract documents. Is it only contract or it's so many documents? That's what you have required. If you do not know what is contract document, what is contract, what does it say, what do these documents say, how can you do work? You tell me. You will not just give me drawings, I'll go and do it. No, you are not doing. I will try to do that. Yes, drawings are there, specifications are there, everything is there. That is second. That is second. First is your scope of work, your mandate by employer to you, your mandate by both parties, that is employer one and contractor two. These two parties have mandated you to work. You may be mandated means approved by both parties. Both parties have agreed to utilize your services. And if you do not say, I cannot do this, then your mandate is over. Do you understand that? So before that, you have to consider you go to whatever site. First of all, don't drop yourself. I never work, sir. I don't want. I just want to learn. Never say that. Learning would take just 2 to 3 months, at least, to move, if not to research. I don't say 2 3 months are enough, but for beginning's sake, at 2 3 months, if you preferably work or you make also some money, I don't think this is any problem. The problem appears only to those people. If you read documents, it's very simple. Nothing in there means contract simple versus contract price and detailed conditions. These are particular conditions. These are this condition sequence of conditions as they okay. Then there's a letter of acceptance is there that follows this contract conditions, and there may be some other documents, big documents, some documents that follow that one, and there may be other like you can say specifications or drawings or this and that, all follow up documents, and then between these there could be many other documents or codes of this and that. These all constitute contract documents. Just keep in mind, if you do not understand this point, you can never discharge your contract. And discharging contract is equally important to execution of a contract. Execution of a contract and discharging contract are both equally responsible, because while you enter into a contract, you execute a contract, you are going to own responsibility of completing that contract. And once you discharge that contract means you are coming out of that binding on doing this work because you have delivered that contract. That is called professional contract discharge and professional contracts, you can say prosecution, implementation. So that your contract, when you have out of handover, this enters into another stage, that is called, you know, stage of discharge, and you should be feeling very happy because of that. Well, gentlemen, I'm not forcing anybody, not at all. But I'm just trying to say, based on my experience, personal experience, I suggest that yes, you are a designer, indeed, you do designs, you are a constructor, indeed, you construct, you have to do everything in your life. But remember, every country has law, every country is bound by law. You cannot keep off that. You know, when you go to some country, you apply for visa and go, or your organization gets you a visa and a permit later on. Same thing if you work in your country, there are so many laws you have to abide by. Even if you are a contractor or you are an engineer or you are whosoever, you have to abide by law, and if you don't abide by law, then you shall have to face action. It applies to whole world. Some country has some restrictions on someone, some country has some restrictions on one, but they all you can say play their roles in respective chain. If you can understand these points, you have to face laws in every country and also in your country. By chance there is a failure, safety on your side, somebody dies, who shall be held up? You shall be held up first. They won't investigate anything, just hold this in here and put it in, hold this contract and put it in, and if also employer put it in. Later on we will see who would be responsible. So take into that test means you are you are going to be liable for all acts done on your site, all acts whatsoever, if you are in charge of yourself. You know, so my explanation regarding contract was not to scare you. I actually wanted to continue in classes of FIDIC silver, but because of shortage of time, I thought to just have a chat with you. So contract documents you must understand. Whenever you join as an in charge of a project or even site engineer, you should know what contract is. Generally what they do, contracts can be accessed by all professionals except foreman and supervisor because this is a secret document. But responsible personalities are allowed. So what they do, what we do, we take out prices from that contract. That's it. Conditions are accessible because you have to apply them. You cannot say that I don't allow conditions to this professional. Just price is secret. That's it, nothing else. I was on an inspection of third party long back, I think 2 years, 3 years back. There was one project in our country. I think that project was in little bad shape. Progress was lagging behind. I was on third party side, and then there was a project engineer, and there was another colleague of mine, senior senior third party, and we were discussing something about problems, about some contractual problems, problems with contract, and delay on that. And the project engineer asked the question is I have called from some news journalists, BBC. They want to access our document to see what's the document, what's contract conditions. They want to access, they want a copy of that. What should I do? Brilliant question, brilliant project engineer, government person. I was not shocked. What should I do? What answers should I give? Should I give documents? What answer to be there? Tell me. I simply asked him, tell him, write to him, contract is still moving, it's in progress, and until contract is in progress, these documents are in our hands, this site is in our hands, we are responsible for this site, and you are not owner of this site, you are not even consultant of this site, but the confidence clause, we cannot issue contract documents to an outsider or to a third person. These documents can be issued to only those who relate to this project, either as contractor or vendor or someone else, and also only to those limits for which they are interested in, not all documents. In my feeling, this is feeling. So give them, we them. You want to come to see, come here and see site, we will welcome you. You take whatever information you have to take from site. But regret for documents, we can't give you documents until you relate to our project. We can't give these documents. You can go to our department. If our department permits, we will give you. Otherwise, we don't give you. This I suggested. No, what's wrong? Why not suggest that? You may be BBC, you may be whosoever, but you are not our responsibility. Why should I work for you? You collect documents from where you want to collect. Why you are depending on me? I should give you this. What I say is, it's a question of responsibility. Means you cannot do whatever they say. You have to analyze everything. What contract says, what it says. You have to think that. That's why I say everywhere you are trapped. You have to keep an eye on every activity of contract as a project manager in charge of project. You cannot take everything lightly. There can be a delay on technical activity, there can be a delay on some other activity, but you cannot delay contractual responses. See, there are many types of responses on contracts. There are many types of communications and correspondences, which is very important part. Communication, correspondences, correspondences. Okay, I'm the office where I can sharply go to my home for whatever problem I have with my person. Contracting activities are different types. One are daily activities, daily job report, material arrival, this and that, progress. This is say means everything should be informed to employer or project entity or who is in charge. It should go to employer through someone that we have performed to this one. This is development of site. That's a part of contract document, is reporting system. It can be BIM through or it can be independent. I don't prefer BIM because this is accept is better. Send it to some source. And also whatever you want to approvals, or daily job record or similar type of document or whatever testing you are doing, so all you have to send. But when there is some question of contract conditions coming, which something is done on site, it should not be done, then a question from contract comes in. And it's not simply raised with that question. Then that person himself is raised. That's why I say if you get some contextual letter which relates to conditions of contract and some answer is expected, some question is there, don't take it lightly. And if you write something regarding the contract, engineers should also not take it lightly. Yes, you can meet, you can talk, you can do something, or you can agree with each other. If I want to write something, you can't call that. This is our problem, and this is our problem. That's okay. It means if you are moving in unison, that's fine. But record is a must because there are many records available on sites. Individual level meetings, group meetings, and this meeting and that meeting, commercial page. Right. Okay, then we can say contracting is such a critical stage. Means, but don't be childish also. Oh, today was rain and tomorrow, yesterday was rain and day before yesterday was rain. 3 days compare. I'm writing to never do this. Never do this. This is your responsibility, not the responsibility. You want extension of rain? Why? Is rain something new? You did not know before tendering there's rain. You know that. You did not before 10 know before telling this is storm here. Or there can be delays on cross traffic. Or there can be some other problem. Did not you know that? Do not answer on site. Do not write as such. Recording is different. In job record you can write it's rain day, so many hours it rain. This is temperature. This is humidity. That you write in daily job record for speaking purpose or information purpose, that doesn't harm. This record is better. But if you say I should be given compensation on that extension of time something, this means you do not know contract. Such foolishness never do because it is foolishness. And that foolishness can go only when you know what is your contract, and until that time you cannot do anything. And if you do not know that, then you will not be able to work safely. Sometimes you may do something you should not do. Right? Sometimes say inspector comes or clerk of or some engineering guy comes and say, okay, you do this also. And you, oh, engineer is saying that, or employer is saying, okay, start doing. Shall you? Right or not? This is not right. He says, okay, do it, do it. No, why should I do that? Look, we are paid a price. We are paid a price for this contract, and this is a fixed price lump sum contract. This is not item rate contract. What is in our scope defined on contract, we shall do that. I will check if it is in my contract. You have told it fine. If it is in our contract, we shall do it. Oh, that person gets angry. This and that, you're challenging me. No, sir. Think very much. Don't be angry. I'm just saying if it is God, because I am not head of my company. And if you are so anxiety, so anxious about this, you can talk to our head office. If they say, I will do it, I have no problem. Means until you know that this is in your scope, how can you commit something? Therefore, you have to understand when some memo comes to you from engineer, site memo, or some other type of letter comes to you with some sketch or something. Do this, or you think it's not in this. Do this. Okay, we receive your letter, date this and this, and we have gone through this. Your letter says something which is unpractical. Which is unpractical and which is in our scope of work, which is not in our scope of work, we are not going to do that. And you should simply say that your instruction, the site instruction which you are sending a memo, this item which you are advising us, instructing us to do this, this constitutes cost variation, and we shall do it only if you accept this as cost variation, and we will submit cost variation, and until we get your response, we shall not do this. You have every right to clarify, have you clarified my position from engineer of, because you are coordinating engineer, and if engineer says no, you do it and send your estimated expenses and we will pay you, okay, then you are free to do that. And no one can say because this is extra item that requires, contracting is not worrisome, however I say. It's only, it's only, it's only, you know, so simple that just read it, that's it. Read it. Priority give to specific conditions or particular conditions or project conditions, general conditions, and then your other documents. Do not worry about anything. Don't stick to BOQ. Keep in mind, bill of quantities is never considered a contractual document. Now, it's just helpful document, even if it's from engineer end or your end. This you cannot claim anything for in such contracts. Therefore, you have to coordinate on your documents, all documents, engineering documents, contractual documents, structural, whatever you have. That coordination is done by very senior engineers, not by ordinary new engineers. If they can do it. Coordination of documents and coordination of contract, and all these are very important and significant issues. And if we cannot do them, then we have to be sorry for that. And that sorry is not easy, because you are playing in hands of others if you don't understand. If that party knows this man knows nothing and this project person, play with him. If not, or someone else plays with you, plays with you, or resident just plays with you. I play with him, I'll handle him. And no, can't. You can't play with me, because I will play with you. Remember, always remember, contractor is more intelligent than engineer. Don't forget this, because contractor is working on activities. Engineer is just supervising. Contractor knows how to do job best and how to come out of problems. Engineer does not know that. Engineer just wants to know from contractor all time what's the best for you, what is your reaction. If you generally see consultants or those who are appointed project engineers to on behalf of owners, they will always come to contractor, call him or go to him. It's both his possible, no problem at all. I want to do this, or we want to do this, we want to add this, or we want to delete this, or we want to suspend this, we want this, some problem like this. What's your reaction? You understand what I'm saying? If there's a problem inside and he thinks to suspend some job, you ask some contractor or contractors agent. It's like this, and there's some explain problem, and we want to know your action. What do you want? What do you want we should do? See, they will ask you, because they know ultimately it's you both persons' responsibility. If engineer says no, you have to do this, and contractor says no, I don't do it, I do this way. If there's a dispute, the kind of difference of opinion, or which can lead to dispute also, and that if you say no, you cross engineer, or you have every right to cross in as far as contract is concerned, not technicalities are concerned. Contract is concerned. If you want to cross that power, the authority, the administrator, I think that person would feel happy. Yes, how? Yes. If you show that you know more than him, that person will feel secured. This is what psychology is, because that person knows you are competent one. So competent is always responsible. Remember, if you are competent, you have commitment, you shall deliver also. If you are incompetent, you have no confidence in you, you shall run away also. Both are there. Both possibilities are there. So don't be scared. Engineer is like you. Only difference is that person is appointed by employer to head on your job, to keep an eye on your job. And if you know job and you know understand argument, you can give explanations and you can chat with them. You can sit meet with answer. You can give them all information necessary to them. And if you keep getting information from them in time, or may not get both ways, both are equal points. Both are equal points, and you should respect those points. And if you cannot do that, then certainly you shall become a problem. You shall be somewhere in dark, and that engineer would enjoy you. I have a fool with me, and I want some competent person, because every person who had sites, engineer site, above contractor means a supervisor.